Hey everybody, welcome back. Hope you guys had a good week so far. The last couple days haven't been around. Things been going on. We're back though. I think I'm on Putrescent Night for this run. So we're doing level 1, all the DLC, the remembrances in the DLC particularly, and anything required to get to those remembrances. No damage on the fights. 31 hours, 34 minutes, 35 seconds so far on this character. And we're at Putrescent. We have a handful of things left, but some of them will be pretty quick. Hopefully this one will be quick too. And then we got the ending, which I'm assuming will probably take more than one day by itself. So yeah, welcome. Also, I hope you guys had a good Halloween as well. I wasn't able to stream yesterday, but for those that celebrated, or maybe you did like a video or a stream yourself that was themed, hopefully you enjoyed it. I do, however, have a costume that I will be using for a video, though, that has nothing to do with Halloween, but it is a really good costume, so you will see that. That is a plan. That's a guarantee. So I'll make up the lack of appearance yesterday with that, I guess. The Twitch title is supposed to say live with restream. It's not actually supposed to. It actually doesn't say that on the dashboard. But now I totally get why you type that in chat, because what other reason would there be for you to say that? Yeah, so it doesn't actually say that on my actual page. Restream made it update to that, unfortunately. All right. There we go. Thank you for letting me know that. I don't know how it overwrote the title that was already there. Usually it would pull the title from Twitch, but it instead took the title from Restream and put it on there. So that's kind of weird. But there is a first time for everything. All right. So I was using the iron balls on this fight. We had the heavy infusion and Craig Blade on it, and it was doing pretty good damage. I haven't really done a lot of this boss yet, so we're gonna see what needs to be done here. Like if I need to change anything. I think I'm pretty good with this setup though. Oh, rip. Okay. And frostbite too. Nice. So there's another issue that is not what it seems. It's probably not something internal on OBS, so yeah. Apologies about that. Might have to stop using Restream, or not Restream, but specifically some other software and just see exactly that's the case. But it's most likely something to do with the encoding internally and the way that it splits the connection. Ooh, wow. That was a super quick one. I didn't even think that touched me, actually. Looked like it was a little bit farther away. He has a pretty good hitbox on his weapon, apparently. I'm doing pretty good. How are you, dude? What's up? couldn't really go back far enough there. I should have ran sooner. Farther away. You can't handle the damage loss on Blue Dancer. Need that 1 damage for mental health. Wait, I'm confused. So you're saying the weight of something... Okay, so wait, what are you trying to say? Can we rephrase this again? Something about Blue Dancer Charm not being optimal because of weight distribution? So what exactly is the difference? Your seal has weight? The source seal? Is that what you mean? Don't need stats to cast buffs? I was kind of just using the source seal for the stats, like for the damage, right? Because it gives me 5 levels. Especially when I'm not using the rune for Godric. Oh, or you mean this one, right? This one? Man, I really like the soundtrack on this fight too. It's pretty damn good. Getting stuck though, damn. Yeah, the finger seal. So the thing is with the finger seal, I do switch it back usually to a different talisman. I use the, I guess it's, is it Viridian Amber? Something like that. Yeah, Viridian Amber +2. So I do switch it back for that. Sometimes I do forget it. If you mean that this is no use right now, then I understand. But yeah, typically I switch it back, so maybe I forgot to. And we're only using that until I can do the fight well enough to use the rune arcs, where wasting them would be worth it. Oh, sorry, wait, you're saying finger seal is in this, right? Okay, wait, I'm confused though. Like, what am I losing by having that on? Like, what's the difference? 0 weight? Okay, but like, what is the difference though in terms of how it's affecting the character? Less damage buff? What is the difference of damage? Because I am using the finger seal. Just don't use it after the first second I use it, or it doesn't get used constantly. It's a small difference, but it's making you crazy. Okay, I'm probably gonna leave it. Because like, that makes me crazy. The opposite of what makes you crazy makes me crazy, so I'm gonna leave it. If it was a big deal, then I'd probably change it. But I totally understand that, though. There's definitely some things for me that I like to have set up a certain way on the game, for sure. But I wasn't aware that it would be a big difference in damage or anything, really, that would change the fight. Ooh, nice. So he can do 1, 2, 3, and then 2 overheads right out of the combo with one hand as well. So you can do 5 attacks, maybe even more than that if we still stayed alive. So I got to look out for that. Then maybe make him do that on purpose. You're insane. You do know this, right? Drew, thank you, dude. I appreciate it. How are you doing, man? I think we all definitely are crazy. To some extent. I mean, we're playing the game, or people are enjoying the game, so it is a pretty wild experience. Deep, what's up, dude? Why is your seal even upgraded? I didn't upgrade it. This save file is not my playthrough. This was made by somebody else. So I just started with the character at the DLC. It was made for a bounty for distortions contest or whatever, or maybe one that he was running, something like that. Either one that he made or one that he was competing for. I think it was like a level 1 speedrun bounty or something like that. So I started the playthrough of the DLC with this character for that reason, because it already had the DLC unlocked. So anything upgraded on it in general other than the Iron Balls and the Starfist was not me. You add an underscore every day to your name. That's awesome, Silky. Nice, dude. What's Restream, Umair? It just combines different platforms together so you can stream simultaneously. If you update your... Like, unless it... Wait, oh, because it crashed, right? That's why. I see. So I updated it. I changed it again, but then it changed it back because it crashed. Here we go. Nope. Did I enjoy this DLC? This DLC is my favorite thing, for sure. You don't want to use pre-save files. Randomizer can add an option to enable
so the world might be mended.
DLC at start while disabling all randomizing. Ooh, that's a good point. That would actually help for another run.
80 is a huge number, damn.
I'm gonna take a picture of that, actually. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, I think one of the reasons I made the choice to get a file for this playthrough is because I was like, I'm not gonna play through the main game again, and then get everything. Just because, like, this is going to take a good 50 to 60 hours at least. Probably closer to 80 if I don't do really well at the end of the game. Because, like, who knows how many hours Radon could take. So I'm like, if I'm going to spend that much time, I don't want to spend an extra 3 hours to 4 hours, whatever, setting up the character too. That's kind of... We're already a little bit behind for time. If we are doing this and then not doing other runs at the same time. Titan, thank you for the 62 months, dude. Or sorry, the 80 months. 80 is a huge number. That's crazy. Welcome back, dude. Ooh, he got me. Titan, it's going good. How are you? Randomizer mod gives you a plethora of options besides actual randomization. They must have updated it then, because I remember last time I saw it, it was before the DLC came out. So maybe that option to start at a specific area wasn't there. Like for the main game at least. But yeah, that's cool. What's going on, GNs? So much stalling. The character, like Putrescent Knight, he definitely, yeah, he controls the pace of the fight pretty much himself, right? There's no way to beat him quicker unless you could fly or go like light speed. This would be a good fight that you could also use Torrent for, but I feel like the fact you're already in this area and you can't get to him by Torrent would make it weird that all of a sudden you could just use the horse. But it'd be a fun fight on the horse too, because he could throw the weapon at you and try to catch you while you're running away. And he's got the magic too. Maybe it'd be a lot easier to even jump over the magic or jump over his attacks with Torrent. I don't know. 1, 2. One, 2, 3.
Let strength be granted, so the world might be mended.
Don't know what that is.
So the world might be mended.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Hey Squill, did you like the Radon DLC fight?
Mini, yeah, it's my favorite boss fight. It's really good. What about you? Also, thank you for the 5 months too. Welcome back, Rocker Mini. GSX, what's up? Is there a reason not to use Crucible Feather Talisman? What does that do? Is there a lore explanation why Tarnish can fall this far? I don't think it's written anywhere that I've seen, but maybe. Because like in the DLC for DS3, the same thing happens where you fall onto a symbol on the ground in Ring City and it lets you live. I think that was the first time in any of the games they did something like that. So there's no previous explanation beyond DS3 as far as I know. And even in that DLC, I'm pretty sure it was like there was like some sort of magic that allowed you to fall. You can kind of see like the purple mist here too. I feel like maybe because everything's undead, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, he's pretty close together on that one. Sticking to your guns like in Sunflower, not taking the good elemental damage. Yeah, the thing is, I think I'm more addicted to not doing the thing that is optimal, unless the thing that's optimal is really cool to me. Like for some reason, or maybe like I just already have the stuff to do it and I'm already using it. But that's been the case for everything though. That's literally how I live, so... it's more painful to have to go and then do all the stuff you're talking about, even if it would make a difference. Like in the total time of me attempting it, it probably doesn't make a difference at the end, because like I said, if I could take off one hit of his health bar more, so let's say I have to hit him 30 times to kill him, it's 29, that doesn't make a huge difference. If it's like 25, then we're starting to get in a direction where it's like, okay, like that could mean that I would have already beaten him by now, but I haven't even gotten him down to like a quarter or anything, right? Maybe even half. I think we got to like 70% of his health remaining while trying to learn this for like a very short amount of time. So it depends on how big of a difference it is. I know with the flower there probably would have been a pretty big difference, now that people were telling me that negative 40 fire defense is pretty damn crazy, like for the absorption. But like again, I'd rather fight him harder, like a way harder way, and then be better at him for the rest of my time playing, instead of having to do it twice. Or another time just to learn how to do it properly, right? I don't want to skip any information, if possible. Oh boy. There is sometimes, though, where, like, if I did skip something, it's mainly because I see it as something that's not going to change quick enough. Like, let's say there's one particular instance on a fight, and I'm not going to be able to learn it for another 4 or 5 hours or something like that, then yeah, it's a waste of time. But if I know I'm going to learn it, then for sure. How you stuck at level 1? Just go to the Grace and level up advisor. What's going on, dude? Favorite enemy design, Orange? That's a really good question, actually. For this game, I can't remember all the enemies in it, and I don't even think I've found every enemy in the game, so I don't even know if I could give an accurate representation, but I guess from what I have seen, the most impressive design, ironically, is probably the Fire Furnace guys, even though I don't like fighting them and they're probably like annoying as hell to kill. But those Fire Furnace dudes are the coolest thing I've seen in any of the games, because they're as big as a building. Like the scale of them is easily the largest. Maybe next to like Dragon God or something from Demon Souls. So that would be pure design. In terms of playability or mechanics, maybe the guy with like the circle weapon, the circlet thing. It's pretty cool. The big wind up, nice. Been watching me for 6 years, Silky. How many underscores have you added to your name in the process of watching me for 6 years? You like having all maps, even auto-equip memes? Oh, having all the maps on the map, yeah. Like I understand, like there's a level of completion where it's like a protocol that you have, like you always do the same. You have a system or whatever. Again, a lot of the reasons that this game exists is not why I play it. So it's kind of like again, if it didn't have good gameplay, I wouldn't have even cared about the story or the like the world design enough to even give it a chance, which, because it is FromSoft, obviously I'm going to play it just because. But if another developer made this and it didn't have good mechanics, I wouldn't have played the game. So I think that a lot of the things people get into, like the collecting the items, knowing every single thing about how everything works with them, NPC quest lines, backstory, anything. It's like, is it going to do anything for me? It's like, unless I make a video about that, no. And also, like, there's not even enough time for how much time I put in to even scratch the surface on even some of the things I care about. I need to play the game a lot more. I'm going to have to put in, like, another 500 to 1,000 hours just to even start to get, like, really a full grasp on the game, I feel. Unless everything I do from this moment's calibrated to do that, right? Where it's like, all right, let's collect every single thing, learn about everything. And then maybe I'll have systems or other things that change. Like maybe I'll have a particular way of doing it, but some of it has to do with just like, I don't have a big grasp on this game really. In my opinion, it's like, it's still really far from where I'd want it to be. But it will be one day though. Like when I decide to invest the time. Or as it adds up. Yeah, you can actually do a lot. That's why I think it's nice because like I'm not in a rush to do everything, but it'll always be there, right? Like I don't think they're making another one of these soon. Like maybe in a couple of years, so we have a lot of time to do a lot of things. And there's probably never going to be a way to do everything, unfortunately. But I'm excited to just still like play the DLC a second time. Like that's been really fun. You're not going to like what the black goo is and why it's leaking from the boats? Oh, that's like dead people, isn't it? Like the boats is a bunch of bodies that are being taken to have their burial or like their send off, and then like they just are all in there. Someone told me about that because I'm working on a video that requires some backstory, and I had to consult with someone that's an expert on that, and they did tell me something about the whole like amalgamations of different people and the rituals they do with the boats. It's like more sophisticated than that. That's my interpretation. The basic version. Oh boy. After 9 hours of suffering, you made it through. After that, you liked it. You want to give it another go after the nerfs? Oh, for Radon, definitely try it. Yeah, I'm in the opposite situation where I can relate to enjoying it. Like I enjoyed it the whole time, but now I have to go back and downgrade the game to the earlier version so I can try the pre-patch Radon. What's going on, Mana? How are you doing, dude? Gives you vibes from the alien baby from Bloodborne. Like the fish people? You mean Orphan? Yeah, he definitely has a similar way of moving too. Like where his weapon is like the same shape as the placenta almost. And he kind of looks like Orphan, but like very derpy. There's like a like a Make-A-Wish or Dollarama version of the Orphan, like an action figure or something. But yeah, that's the first thing I thought too. I was like, is this Bloodborne kind of like Orphan style, or is it something else? And I think this guy, he takes some of the combat stuff from other bosses in the game. I don't know. Someone was saying something about Radon as well. Like when he's on the horse right here, he kind of looks like he is Radon in a way. Oh, I thought he could. Damn it. Okay. Never mind. Parth, how are you doing, dude? You generally watch on Twitch. What do you like better? I'm curious. His face looks like the Kumon logo. Oh, man. You just caught a cold when you were about to touch grass. Damn, dude. You know, it's actually hilarious. Like, it kind of flips on you where you like being sick when you're younger because it gets you out of things that you don't want to do, like school and all that. But then when you get older, it's like you really just don't want to get sick. Like, at least for me, I absolutely hate it. It's like one of the worst things. So I hope you feel better soon, dude. Maybe if you don't feel too bad, like if the weather's not bad, just go outside or be outside a little bit while you're sick anyways. I find that does help. If on at least one of the days, whether it's like you're just about to get really sick or you're coming out of it, to try to get some sun and some air. Would level 1 mage be feasible? Probably with enough of the talismans to meet requirements for the magic, yeah. Like, as long as you have enough castings to be able to, like, enough FP, I guess, would be the proper term. Whenever he hits me with that, it feels like he's not going to attack right away. Damn it. With FP regen talisman, but some fights are going to last hours. I guess, yeah, the damage would be very low too, because you can't really scale anything. Make-A-Wish orphan, yeah. Got a new tattoo 2 days ago. Oh, nice, dude. What is the tattoo? Kind of jealous, actually. I've been really slacking on my mission to get all mine done, and I need to find a new artist. I have a couple leads on. I have 2 artists that were recommended that have done a good job with some friends, but I need to, like, you know, introduce myself to them, meet them, figure out if I like their portfolio enough. But yeah, anybody that gets any cool tattoos, put it in the Discord. I think there actually is a tattoo page in there. And if there isn't, if I hadn't made that yet, if I just kind of misremembered that, you can put it in the artwork page too. Oh god. Shadow level, mine is at 12 at the moment. The Blink 182 smiley with the arrows. You prefer Twitch, to be honest. You were on your recommended videos just now. That's why you're here. Oh, awesome. That's cool. Yeah, so for the Shadow Blessings, I do actually use them on this run. I think I have 12. Yep, 12 at the moment. So that's when it stops scaling as much. Like, I'm not going to get a crazy difference in damage according to the experts that have checked all this stuff. Meaning that we're pretty good. We're set up pretty well to do this. It's just a matter of learning the fight. I don't understand how, like, when he attacks, sometimes I don't understand what he can do and what he can't do after a certain amount of time. It's kind of like the initial attack I understand, but then beyond that, and I guess in terms of how far away I am, like where the combos begin and end, and also can they, like, just start halfway through? Like, it almost seemed like when he slammed me there, he had a delay before he did it. Could just be me, though. Even for punish windows, too, like, you can hit him there, but he doesn't actually have a big hitbox for some reason. It's very hard to connect it. And then on that attack, if you run away to make space for the first time, then he seems to be really close to the horse. There's a lot of things I've done properly that are not consistent, and then there's a lot of unknowns still with this one. But I think what'll happen is we'll just kind of click into it, like it'll make sense enough, and then I'll just do it. I don't think it's going to take too long once we got the information. Learning to jump attack some of his moves. Jump attack? Okay. And try that. The horizontal down sweep attack? Okay. You farm a lot of starlight shards and pray you don't run out. That's what I was thinking of. I'm like, if you didn't have the ability to use some sort of talisman or like equipment, you could probably do the starlight shards. But then how many of those do you really have access to? And then how quickly can it regen your mana where you can still consistently attack, right? Dead. Yeah. That one's kind of shitty. Because I know how to do it, but the way I'm doing it, I don't think is the best setup for it still. And I've tried a couple different ways, so we got to find another way. I think one of the bigger issues is me running. I think I need to be on the spot, like standing still or moving towards him for the first round, so by the second round coming around, the spacing is different. But I'm not sure if that actually does affect it. It might be the same no matter what. So we got to see if that's a factor there. Give you 1.85 and then 2.05. Okay. So it's still a decent difference, but not crazy. Seemed a little bit better there. Oh. Oh. No second jump. It's along the ground. Yeah, so the jump attack thing, I think we're not really ready yet to do that because I can't tell when he's going to do certain attacks. So we still got to absorb some information there and get like it downloaded to the point where I don't think, because I think to even try to punish something with that, it's not even like knowing the attack, but even just timing it so that I don't get clipped while I'm trying to punish it. Whereas staying away, not even trying to punish at all is probably smarter for most opportunities right now.
So the world might.
So I'm gonna mix that in later once I actually like know
Stuck
more.
or chosen?
Still not really confirmed on some of the details. Matthias, thank you for the 44 months. Stuck or chosen? The stuck thing's making some impact here. People are mentioning it. That's awesome. I definitely am not stuck at level 1. It's just a lie. I'm lying to everybody by saying that. It's a common tactic used in content creation. But I guess technically now that I've decided I have to do this challenge, I am stuck until I'm done. I don't feel stuck though. I'm enjoying it. It's very fun. I think we're in the more fun part than even the beginning too. So you can't jump that one yet either. And then he's not doing a follow-up here. That one I can jump. Okay, so the one from outside in as the second attack after the overhead, you can jump, it looks like. Yeah, see, I died. Okay, no jumping, no jumping. We can't try it. I was tempted. Not yet. Navon, I'm doing good. How are you? Peacebone, what's up? Oh no, Step Streamer, are you stuck? If you're not playing with your feet, is it really a challenge? See, this is why I think I recommend no one ever do a run of anything where you complete it with your feet, because as soon as you do it, people will say things like that, and then there's never a way to live up to it again, because you have to play with your feet now, and then eventually progress to doing a handstand and playing upside down with your feet, and then progress to one foot, then progress to one toe, and then progress to mind control. So it's not, there's not a linear progression. It's going to take a lifetime to learn these things. Are you telling us your content plans for 2025? Well, we technically did the foot run, so I've done level, was it level 1 with feet, or I think it was level 1 with feet, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, that's enough for me. I don't know if I'll play the game with my feet ever again, other than the drum kit, because there is a run that someone wants to do. A surprise, we're gonna have to figure it out, but they want to use different control methods and make it co-op, so we'll see how that works. Oh, he can knock over with the horse right there. Interesting. I tried to jump again. Oh, see, now I gotta unlearn that. That was the last video before you took over, the foot run. There we go. Here's the sign. The sign that we should never go back to that is the last time I did that. That was the final video before we had the new editing. Imagine recreationally just enjoying playing the game with your feet. I couldn't imagine that. Like, unless you actually had to, then you would probably be really good at it, but... Ooh, yeah, that run was... not even challenging from, like, the control aspect of, like, the coordination. It was more so, like, how do you hit a button that you want to hit at the time you try to hit it? Like, how do you not hit other buttons by accident or two at the same time? It's very, very clunky. There's not a lot of finesse. So because I dodged that on an angle that was closer to him, I had that happen. Because every other time I dodged it, we ended up kind of farther away. So that's not a big deal. That's pretty easy to fix right there. Charlie, what's up? How are you doing? If jumping doesn't come naturally as a reaction, he always does the sweep after a boomerang. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a good point. Did you try Holy Gaming, Tarnished? No, but it was on purpose. Like, I know there's better things I can do on this run. Basically, anything that I don't do is optimal just means I'm better at the game because I have to actually suffer through more situations. So I was saying, unless there's like an astronomical difference and I really feel like I need to make the progress ASAP, like I need to get out of this area and move on, I probably will still stick with what I find works. Yeah, like, there's no harm in that. I think there's a lot of fights we could have done a little differently. Like even the lion we could have done with blessing level 12 first. Could have got all the shards. I think we did blessing level 9, maybe even less. And it was good because I learned the fight pretty well. And there's definitely nothing that can happen on it that I don't know the answer to now. Might not be the best consistency overall yet, but it's like I know everything on it. So we're good. Didn't skip any steps. And I'm looking to get better from this run more than I'm actually looking to complete the run itself. Completing it's not as important as actually just getting good at the game.
Hello, brethren.
Because the other bigger runs are going to require that. Ooh. So he canceled, I think. That's weird. Because it looked like he staggered. I heard the double hit, and then he like leaned back. Maybe he just did that attack anyways, but it looked like he was going to do something else and he stopped right there. And I thought in between that it might have been a stagger. Definitely it wasn't enough damage to be a stagger though. Jack, thank you for the 22 months, dude. Prepping for a no-hit run after this. Not a no-hit run particularly, more so a 0 damage run of some sort. Which just would be like an upgrade, so no health loss in general through the entire DLC. At the minimum would be something I would love to do. I'm not sure exactly if it'll be with the DLC altogether. Or sorry, the DLC by itself, the whole game with all the remembrances as the first run, or if it's going to be 2 separate runs with that. I don't know exactly what the route will be, but at some point it would be cool to do another 0 damage that has the DLC in it. Maybe even multiple. So I have some other ideas that are not really as hardcore as that I want to get done just as much. So I'll have to mix them in together. But yeah, this is definitely prep for getting really good at the boss fights. For any kind of run like that. Dead? Yeah. Can use torrent now, Rocky, to ride away. Oh, for Elden Beast. Yeah, true. Any tip for Elden Stars? My best recommendation for Elden Stars is Bloodhound Step, and then just spam the shit out of it with the blue bar full, and you can also run away too. If you manage the stamina and you use that, that is very easy. There is a way to run away from it anyways, though. Like, you can just straight up run away from it. It takes a little bit of skill. And then if you don't want to go either of those routes, you could go with Torrent as well. Yeah, I understand if you want to do it without Torrent, because that wasn't a thing before. I have not fought him in a way where I think I killed him specifically on Torrent. I believe that... Have I even done a run where you could use Torrent on him yet? I'm trying to remember. You thought that I had him staggered too? Yeah, that was kind of weird. Feels strange that it's been this long. 22 months feels like a very long time. That is a long time. That's almost 2 years. And I really appreciate that. I know that for everybody, it's not really possible to be here all the time. And then also, even for me, the last year has not been... Actually, the last couple years for the scheduling has not been as consistent as I used to be for when I was doing like full-time hardcore streams. So I really do appreciate people who stayed subbed even for that long, or even resubbed in the midst of all that, because it's definitely not expected or necessary all the time, but it is nice though. Really do appreciate that. And I do plan to go pretty hardcore again, just I'm not sure what that's going to look like versus how I did things before. But very excited to do a lot of videos this winter and also next year. A lot more than last year. Okay, that's good. And then I got to get away just in case he does that. Which, that was kind of lucky, I guessed on it. Another slam. Oh, see, the thing is, though, if I do the jump in, I attack, and then he does the roar with the horse, I think I'm still screwed there. So the jump attack I'm landing, I don't know 100% if that's safe. Yeah, Rocky, try to use Bloodhound Step on some sort of other weapon, like a dagger or something like that, and then just spam it as soon as the Elden Stars comes close to you and is touching you, and you should be able to like escape out of the range of it really quickly. And at the same time, iframe whatever is, you know, just behind you. Is this the run, Happy? I hope so. So I was thinking after Putrescent, I'm probably going to go for Romina, because Romina is also another fight that I'm guessing is not going to be the hardest out of everything that's left. Probably the second easiest from my guess. And then also probably the one of the least interesting bosses, even though I really do like the fight. Not as interesting as Matir or Radon, Bale, any of that. Ooh, big damage.
Let strength be granted, so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Just passing by to renew my sub. Good night, Squilla and Chateau Slash.
That looked a little funny. Oh boy. Cork, thank you for the 14 months. Welcome back, man. Passing by to renew the sub. Good night. Oh, dude, thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. Hope you have a good sleep, Cork. I will see you soon. And hopefully by the time I've beaten this guy and many others, and we are extra good. You a fan of Monster Hunter games? If so, are you going to play the new one? So Monster Hunter, I've never actually played other than one time. I had a friend, or still have the same friend, a group of friends actually. So we were on a trip and they were playing it together. I was not involved in it. And then they asked me if I wanted to try. So I tried to kill so it looked like a dinosaur. I have no idea what it was called or whatever, but it was some sort of creature by myself. And I guess you have to like hunt it and capture it. So I'm not really a big fan of like the fact you're not just purely eliminating the enemy and moving on. I don't like hunting things. I don't like the way the strategy works really. And I'm not a fan of co-oping with people on anything most of the time. So if it involves other people, it's usually like playing against them, or sometimes I used to like the team type games. So the value of Monster Hunter to me seems like at the end of the day that you want to play with your friends. I know you can do it solo. I know you can do challenges, but the main value seems like a game that's made to play with your friends. And that's why I never got into it. But I don't know, if the new one looks really cool, maybe they'll give it a try and see. Maybe they'll give me a code for it and I can try it and decide if I want to play it longer term. But I definitely give it a try though. Like, it's not something I wouldn't try. It's just most likely not going to be my thing, similar to how the other ones weren't. Mainly because of the objective. It's just the way that you achieve the objectives, not my cup of tea. And I think for people that really like customization, if you really like making a character look cool and like you like items and just like getting materials, collecting things, like that is enough even without the whole hunting thing to get into that game. It seems really in depth with just the gear and everything. I also had a roommate for like 3 or 4 years that was obsessed with it, and then his friends were obsessed with it. They would come over and play the shit out of it on every platform you can imagine, and it just, nothing about it appealed to me. Like, so my guess is that, you know, maybe it'll be the same case. Mainly because, again, for me, if I have friends that are into something and, like, I just don't get drawn into it as well, it's probably not going to work, even if I did it for videos and stuff. I would love to watch someone doing runs like this on Monster Hunter, and also, like, the world record speed run on it, too. Like, I think that'd be really cool. So if you guys have any cool videos of Monster Hunter you want to send me, I think it's World, particularly. Even the new one when it's out, definitely send me some stuff on it. Might be a really good topic for a video too, just to compare like different types of action type titles and what the difference would be in trying to complete certain runs on them that we've done. Maybe it would give me a reason to have to also do something like that. Oh, we did 2 slams even right there. Interesting.
Let strength be granted, so the world might be mended.
Oh, he threw it under the ground.
So
That was
the
weird.
world might be
The
mended.
angle right there kind of screwed us a bit. Okay, I tried to jump on that. You can jump as far as I know. I think I did that for the first playthrough. How did it... Wait, what? Yo! Wait a second. Okay, wait. Is there a way to explain that that's not weird? How did he take damage after I was dead by hitting an enemy outside the arena? What or was that even not related to why he took damage there? How's that even possible? Cameo, thank you for the 15 months. Welcome back. Thank you for the Prime sub as well. I appreciate it, dude. Should you redo your blackout run hit list? Your first run was only 13 hits. So you think it's possible? What is the black? Is that like no lighting? You can customize a cat in Monster Hunter. I think I've seen that. That's the is it called a palico or something like that? I've literally heard the terminology so much. Like, again, the roommate that I had too, he was the type of dude where if he was into like a game or anything, he would explain like every detail to you, like every detail. And I can get pretty explanatory with things I'm into if the person actually asks a question about it, but he was literally like, I think I know subconsciously everything about Monster Hunter without even really realizing right now from all the conversations we'd have. Jump forwards, not backwards. Worst bosses in the DLC. He looks like he was made for N64. That's funny. I actually like this boss like more than I probably should. Like I like the sunflower too. All the silly ones they did. Every creature, everything that's not like a humanoid, basic dude walking on his feet. Maybe like a knight type enemy of whatever, or a mage. Like I think I really like those designs the most. And the fact they included so many, like they didn't just cheap out on doing humanoids. But yeah, the way that he fights is very annoying. I will say it doesn't feel rewarding to trade with him, or the back and forth is not as engaging because it's just very weird. Like the flow is not a standard type of fight. Feels like trying to fight somebody inside quicksand or like mud or something. Orange juice, thank you. I'm having a crazy hair day today. I was actually gonna wear a hat, but I don't really like wearing hats right now, so gonna grow it out. Yeah, I'm growing it as long as I can. I think that my goal would be at least 2 to 5 years from now. I want to still have it like just going, but I think in 2 years it'll probably be past, like it'll probably be down to like my elbow almost, or close to maybe like halfway down my arm from this day, if I can keep it growing quickly. But my original plan was shoulder length, but then I realized you can actually continue to reduce the length of it by just restyling the style that you have. So you can like do 2 styles technically, like a double thing. So I'm gonna literally just keep it going as long as possible. See what happens. But yeah, at the very bare minimum, shoulder length would be the first benchmark, and then I think, or the first goal, and then after that, we'll go beyond that and see what happens. Should be fine. Just don't go in an elevator and get it stuck somewhere, or like an escalator or a moving object. Yeah, I appreciate the compliment, though. It does look really bad right now, I'll be honest, but I don't really care. It's all good. Nice. Okay, what's going on here? Oh, that attack is wild. Who gave Orphan a horse? I think that what happened was his mom felt really bad for basically giving birth on the beach and then just like leaving him in that fight against the hunter and letting him die. So they resurrected his remains. He didn't come back the way he used to be, though. He came back kind of lopsided, and then they had to fuse the weapon to his hand because he kept dropping it. And then they got him a horse, but the horse was like, again, discount, so it didn't have back legs. And then they just melted the horse a little bit to make it kind of smoother when traveling. And he's just like a big melty, silly putty looking resurrected orphan type dude, looking like some bubble gum that was left in the in the streets for a few days. I think DLC exclusive bosses you hated in this game in order are this guy, Hippo, Rulana, Dancing Lion, Gaius. All 5 of them were really poorly designed in your opinion. That's interesting. So like for me, everything you just said in general, I think like the hippo is not really a big deal because the hippo's not something that needed to be that big. But everything you said, I think the design of them was really good, actually. Like I'd even say some of the bosses I liked even more than those ones weren't necessarily designed better. They just had cooler, what's it called? Like movesets and like they're just more difficulty, right? Like even the raw difficulty might have been the reason I liked Radon more, but I would say even there's things designed even better than stuff on his fight, and I thought he was the best. I seem to have the opposite opinion about the DLC from a lot of the ones I've heard. Dead. Oh. Don't be doing your phase 2. Ah, he's doing his phase 2. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. One's tricky. It's like, do you run to the side and jump? It seems like maybe that's the way to get away from it. You start running to the side. Favorite alcoholic drink, Albertus? I don't drink, dude. No alcohol is appealing at all. But when I did drink, it was mainly gin, Bacardi 151, tequila, like anything like super hard, like really, really high percentage, very strong. I just drank like liquor and stuff like that. And then there's not really anything I think that tastes good that's alcohol, other than the reason that it's mixed with alcohol. It's just like a mixed drink. So mixed drinks don't count to me. Like raw alcohol by itself, best taste would probably be, like I really found that I could tolerate rum pretty well. Like the taste of it. It doesn't taste good. No alcohol tastes good, let's be honest. But like rum, dark rum was pretty good. Wasn't too bad. But yeah, I haven't really been into the drinking for a very long time. What about you though? What about chat? What is your favorite drink? Maybe you guys can teach me about a drink that I've never heard of before. That delayed hurt box on PK charge move really sucks. Yeah, there is some interesting things going on here behind the scenes for sure, with like the way that this fight's calibrated. Part of it that kind of sucks too is that he's moving like without actually having telegraphed movement. Like it's as if he's flying, basically. Like if you're fighting someone in a plane or on a boat, like that's what it feels like. Because you can't really tell. Okay, he's gonna move this far because he's taking this many steps, and I'm counting, and I can see the legs moving. And typically, every time he takes a step or he jumps or he does this, he moves this far. It's more like, oh yeah, he's gonna glide over here, and then he's gonna be over here, and then he's gonna be over there. Rum tastes good to you, Guts? Nice, dude. Too old to handle alcohol, JNs? Really? Whiskey and Coke Zero or a pint of beer is all you need? Damn, Davey with the Coke Zero. There we go. Also, Laka, what's up? How's it going, man? Early stream today? A little bit earlier. Definitely a little bit earlier. Gaius is maybe a little unfair to put on that list because it's the charge attack he does at the start. Hippo is also a non-factor. The other three, though, shockingly bad for you. Oh, no. Radon fight pre-nerf you enjoyed? Mesmer felt like a boss in Old Hunters, so you know I love that, but Bale is second best dragon after Midir. Really? So you thought Bale was really good, but you didn't like R'hllana and Gaius as much? That's... wow. I can totally understand all that, though. It makes sense. I tried to turn around and then roll back in. Ugh. Drink beer, mainly IPAs. So I have a friend that told me what that was one time, and I have no idea what it means now. But does it have to do with like the micro stuff, like micro brewing, or like the hipster drinks or whatever? Is that in the same category? Shitty camera is why a lot of people don't like Bale. Spend 90% of the fight on his head. That's fair. Interestingly enough, for me, it's mainly the fact that the polygons, or like the way that they designed like the collision on him, I guess would be the best way to put it. The shape of his character model and the collision on his chest is very weird, because with the fist weapon, at least, like you will literally be close enough, like as close as you can possibly be to him, and you will attack him and it won't work, right? Like you'll be touching him and it won't work. Mainly just based on how that collision is that's pushing you away. And he moves you around a lot too. Like he probably has to based on how they designed it, but just that's the only part of it that's a little bit rough for me. Oh, that would have been so nice if we could stagger there. Would have loved that. So yeah, see, even that right there, it looked like a stagger, but it wasn't. Of course. Okay. The area for that doesn't seem to be orthodox. It kind of seems like he like it casts and then it hits in front, behind, sideways, and then it scales out to the side a little bit, but it doesn't seem like it has one consistent flow. Like where it moves towards you or outward or stays in one spot. India Pale Ale. Okay, okay, I see. It's an ale. And what is an ale? Like, what is the difference with that? Such a epic fight, especially when he goes into apeshit in phase 2. I think the other than Radon, he was the boss that you were the most stoked to beat. For Bale, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, he has a really, really interesting phase 2. The only thing that sucks again is like whenever an enemy that can fly takes off and is not letting you attack them. That's one thing, but it feels like you can't attack Bale even when he's on the ground as easily. Like he doesn't seem that accessible even when he's there. Maybe if you stagger his head. Is this guy considered one of the harder DLC bosses? No, I wouldn't say that he's hard, really. He's pretty simple. He's definitely not the easiest in my opinion, based on how much health he has and what he can do, but I would say probably the beginning of the medium difficulty, or anywhere in the medium level of difficulty. I don't know why he did the overhead there. PK is going to be hard at level 1 though. This guy? Yeah, he wasn't too hard on the first playthrough, but it was kind of a weird progression where again, like we were not making much progress and then boom, as soon as everything was understood pretty well, it was immediate. Like we killed him very fast. I think the hard fights in the DLC, even if you do understand everything, you still have such a giant gap from being able to perform what you understand to actually completing it. Even with all the information, it's still not even close to enough. It's like just the beginning. Whereas some of the fights, when you know the information, you've already executed enough things before that, or leading up to that point of knowing that it's enough to carry you through like very quickly after that, maybe 20 more minutes of fighting, 30 minutes. But Radon for me was like, you know, you understand everything and then it takes like still 3 or 4 times longer than that point to even beat him. He's pushing a rock on the ground, that's funny. I don't think I noticed that originally. Maybe that doesn't happen all the time. Thinking that the horse was doing the other attack, but he kind of goes up slower to do that attack. Your guy, what's up, dude? For you it was, but you're terrible at this game. What does even being good mean, really, at the end of the day, right? Transition gives you goosebumps, Lacko. The one with Putrid Knight, really? Or Putrescent? Oh, Bale, yeah, Bale's phase 2 transition. It's one of the best ones, for sure. You like Divine Beast, but you can't deny the camera is ass. Also, unreasonably long name. It's like when you used to have, like, we'd have like trading cards, if anyone remembers, like particularly Yu-Gi-Oh! There were some cards that were so long, like the name, that you could barely read it without looking like really close. And then there's others that literally had a name that was like 4 letters. Or 5 letters or something. Why am I using fist weapons? Mainly because at level 1, the fist weapons tend to be the best. So I don't really have many other options, like in terms of even meeting requirements, but also my playstyle for this is mainly trying to focus on getting really good at the fights. So having to be very close, having to be aggressive, and you know, not having like range, if that makes sense, like projectiles and all that, is actually kind of important, but also on purpose. So like even if you could do more stuff on level 1, I still wouldn't do it because there's not really much value in trying to avoid learning the actual mechanics of what's going on here, right? What made you stop drinking, smoking? I never smoked, but or at least like I never smoked tobacco, if that makes sense. Drinking like was mainly just a way to deal with problems going on. It wasn't actually like an enjoyable thing, right? It was escapism, and a lot of the friends I had at the time too, they were trying to escape their problems and their family and everything. So mainly it was a way to just kind of like forget. Wasn't a way to enjoy myself. And alcoholism runs in my family. Like there has been multiple alcoholics and people that have almost died, and also gotten in a lot of trouble that's permanent. So basically, I've already like known the lesson since I was a kid that you just don't get into drinking because there's no point. Like we have the ability to, at least people in my family, we could go overboard with things. I'm very obsessive too, so like anything substance-wise, I could already have been dead by now easily, just by getting addicted to anything. So that would have killed me most likely, guarantee you. Especially with the way that I used to drink. When I did, like, or what I would allow myself to get to, it was the beginning of a big problem, most likely. That's me. Like, I think some people, they actually are made to do recreational things. Like, there's nothing about alcohol that's enjoyable. The process of how it's made is not interesting to me. It doesn't taste good. It's too expensive. So nothing about it that would be recreational. And also, like one guaranteed amazing thing is every time I go out, there's a birthday party, an event, or anything, like I can always make sure I can always drive just as good as I normally would at any point in time, and also drive other people. So in terms of an emergency or like a quick situation that needs to happen, like I'm always more capable of performing, if that makes sense. Never a question about that. And it has helped a lot of situations before being completely sober in those situations. But yeah, I think some people just like they're more made to do those kind of things. Like it's like your interest, if anything. It's like a hobby or recreation thing. And then there's actually people that use it for problem escaping and all that, which is just like, it's essentially a drug at that point. 151's no joke. Yeah, 151 was on purpose because we were trying to find the hardest stuff we could, right? Especially when you're younger too. Like when you're pretty young, it's like that's a cool thing because it's like, oh yeah, this is way better. It's like the effectiveness of how many drinks in one little shot, right? So if you have like a lot of it, then you're good. But it wasn't also easy to come by though. Usually this was like one of those things we'd have to have somebody having access to it, so we couldn't just buy it. Oh. And it was expensive too, so there's that. Ooh, rip. You know, Silky, good for you, dude. Good for you. If that helped you, if you find that that was a good decision, then I think that's more of the lesson for anything. It's like what gives you some sort of advantage or disadvantage, or again, what serves you, what has like a neutrality to it, what is detrimental, what is going to multiply certain things, you know. Lorpa, what's going on? How are you? Next boss on your hit list going to be for this one. I'm going to go for Romina next after this. Hard thing for you is that you genuinely enjoy drinking, Galaxy. Yeah, like I remember you were talking about that. You also, I think you said you haven't had a drink for like, what, over a year or something like that? Now? A year and 4 months. Amazing. Yeah, good for you. If that's something that helped, then again, maybe you did enjoy it, but it's not something that you enjoyed for the right reasons. If now you're better. Ooh, that was like a really weird angle that he threw the thing on. 2 throws in a row, too. Weird. And I knew he was going to do that. Still not enough space to get away from it. And then, again, he didn't hit me there. So there's lingering damage on the ground. I guess the horse has a hitbox, or something with his weapon still stays, because he finished attacking there. He was definitely done attacking. Gino hates Romina so much because of instant phase 2 transition that's unreactable. I can't even remember much about that fight. I'll have to look at that once we get there. That's interesting. So there's a phase transition that you can't do anything about on a run that's random, or is there like a solution for it? But I want the next FromSoft game to also be open world. I don't really mind if it's open world or not, to be honest. I think that whatever way they handle it is going to be different than how they did this. Like, it's going to be either much more expansive if it's open world, but in like a very playable way, like not just wasted space. And then if it's not open world, then I'm sure it'll be good because they've mainly made the opposite of this, right? But I'm pretty sure what Miyazaki's trying to do with this game is he's perfecting the original idea he had in the first place. Like there wasn't really supposed to be like a big series necessarily. It was more so getting to this idea and the technology having to catch up, and then the other ideas having to be like, you know, the timeline of fleshing out the master plan. And this is just closer to his like actual idea that he wanted to do, like way back. That's what I gather from it. And I think he did say something about that at one point too. Okay, phase transition here. So I'm not sure, because I'm alive there. I'm jumping and then I'm alive when I land, but then I die a second later, or like a half second later. So do I have to jump twice? I'm kind of confused of where the actual region of that attack is doing damage and why I'm not dying immediately. You have to stand still and jump in place. Okay, that's weird, because I stood still, jumped in place at the end, and then I lived when I landed, but only for like a really short amount of time. So I can't see how there was like a visual cue that indicated that would happen. It almost seems like I was gonna die no matter what, but then I didn't. So I don't know why I didn't die right away. I don't know if it's because like maybe I'm not understanding that attack properly, or they animated it very mysteriously. Tell me managed Rilana no damage. High pulse, nice, dude. Congratulations. The Scarlet Butterflies in Romina's second form can stun lock you to death. Oh. Wow. So is that the hardest fight for Hitless then, overall?
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Get some good damage into phase 2. Yeah, stand still works. Okay. Whoa. No, that was too early. I don't know why I did that. I think we almost got it though. Same thing kind of happens on Matir, like where you're not really sure what the spots are that you can survive. Is that what it is? You mean for like the attack with the beams? Running and jumping forward is your recommendation, but you never tested it to get 100% consistent. Yeah, that's weird because like I would also think that what you're saying makes sense, that going forward because it's traveling towards you makes sense, but there's such a, like the animation still stays there after it passes by your area, and it's a big spot that's still on fire. So I'm wondering what the fire is that's dangerous and what's just the effect at that point, right? But it seems like staying still did help a lot. That was working 100%, so. The beam. So like the beam that Matir did, I'm pretty sure the first time that happened to me, or maybe like it was one of the times in the first playthrough, I survived it without taking any damage. And it seemed really easy, but then people were saying that that's like an unfair attack. So I was wondering how that worked. Or maybe I took damage I didn't even notice. Because it seemed very, very simple. You just walk into a certain spot and there's nothing there, right? Yeah, we get some practice again, I guess. Why not? Okay, so I gotta be ready to jump for that too. Made a film out of it. You'd be happy if you could take a look. The premiere is at 11 CTB. Won't post anything without your permission. Well, I mean, you could put it in the Discord if you wanted to, dude. I can definitely check it out when I have a chance, for sure. If you send me like a message with the link in my DM somewhere, or even just put it in the community Discord, and then tag my name, and I'll check it out then. What I imagine is that the further away you are, the higher the chances of getting hit by the lingering box would be, really. For the Discord, is the bot... Oh, the bot's not even turned on. Give me a second. Sorry about that. See if I can survive this when the bot starts up and turns the game off. It's going to pop up in the middle of the computer and then probably shut the game down. Yep, there we go. Okay, can we survive? Let's see. Gotta move that over there, move chat back. I can't even see the top of chat. There it is. Resize everything. He's probably gonna kill me in like 2 seconds. And yeah, we're dead. Perfect. Not enough time. Okay, the bot should be connected now. And then if you type in ! Discord, it will show up. If you type in ! Socials and you're watching on the Twitch side of things, it should have a link to everything. So all the YouTube channels, minus the newest YouTube channel I made because it's not live yet. The first video's on there, and there is 5 videos worth of content already like ready for it, just not fully put together. So that channel will be added eventually. I haven't told you guys about what it is yet. I want to launch it, see how the first month or 2 does, and then talk about it later. But the music channel's on there, both the gaming channels, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter. Galaxy, so it probably is because it shut down, like the stream crashed. on both ends, I believe. Well, it would be more likely that it did on both ends if you're saying that it wasn't, because I already set all that stuff up. So I had to actually change the title twice for Twitch because Restream is forcing the title to say live with Restream instead of just what I set it to. And yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out exactly what the issue is with that eventually, but for now it doesn't matter. No tags. It had tags. Every single thing was selected. So yeah, you can fix it if you want to. I'm not too worried about it though. What a combo on that. That's wild, dude. So you have to be kind of farther away on that one if he doubles that up. That might be able to kill guaranteed unless you jump early or are farther away. Also, Galaxy, thank you so much for fixing that, by the way. Yeah, at least there's a little bit more practice there for that attack. It's not bad. Sent me the invitation on Insta. Hi, Pulse. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm kind of curious to how you did it because I've only seen one other video of someone doing it since it was a client that my editor and I were working with to like help them scale their content a little bit. And their video, the way they did it was it was like almost the same thing as how I ended up doing it. Maybe a bit different. Like I actually did it a little bit quicker than they did in terms of like I did 2 phase skips on it. They didn't get the phase skip. But yeah, like I wonder if you did anything that I've never seen, or maybe parried or something like that. That's a really wild lingering damage hitbox there on the horse's leg. Whoa. What is in the flask? Opaline? I have the spiked crack tier for charge attacks and then stone barb, I believe. But oh no, I think I changed the spiked crack to the stamina tier. Let me double check. Could probably bring it back to what it was before now, because we don't really need the stamina on this fight at all. Yeah, so spiked crack tier for charge attacks. And then we got stun barb. But probably should switch back to what is it? Should I switch this for the axe talisman? I don't know if that makes sense, because we're going to be doing charge attacks. Might be better. Also, now I guess I could use the rune arc on him. Could go for that. Where are you going? Where are you going? Oh, that goes outside in. Okay, interesting. It's kind of like Manus a little bit. Ooh, this is literally Koss. What's going on, Packy? How are you doing? The one that closes in, I forgot about that. Damn. Yeah, I'm gonna keep on the Viridian Amber Medallion. If we're gonna use Rune Arcs now, don't have to worry about switching the talismans to be able to buff. And then, how many do we have left? Let's see. I still have quite a lot. I think for this run, like obviously I expected to use a lot of these on Radahn. We used a crazy amount of them on the Lion when I probably didn't even need to. I could have learned the fight without it, but yeah, either way. Oh, Packy, I didn't. There you go. Well, now I do. That's a. It would be funny if you had joined like another year from now. It was even crazier. How's it been going, dude? Yeah, I don't really have a lot of time to buff here. Would have been staggered there, easily. There is still some hope. Oh shit, it goes outside in and it goes all the way back to him. So I have to like not look at him during that then? Hmm. Damn. I thought it only closed into like a certain radius, like you just kind of get close to him and you're fine. That's actually a little bit harder than Manus then. Hmm. It's like the Demon King Fire. Yes, it is actually, you're right. But would you be best left to dodge it, or do you have to jump that one? Jump it running outwards, okay. That's a good idea. That's what I was thinking. Wasn't sure if he'll attack you during that, but I'm assuming it doesn't let him, because that'd be too much at that point. Nice. The ring one's easy to dodge. To be extra safe, you unlocked and ran away to avoid the follow-up, but you don't need to do that. Okay, so you technically could get hit while trying to dodge it then. But like there's a distance where no matter what he does, you're safe. Favorite meat, seafood included. Favorite meat? Definitely red meat for sure. So I like bison. Bison steak is probably my favorite cut of meat that exists that I've had. And then I'm I like raw salmon quite a bit. So sushi grade raw salmon is always amazing, but you couldn't really eat that every day. Like it'd be hard to eat constantly. You could eat bison every day if you wanted to. So I think that's probably once I had that, it kind of changed my mind a little bit. I'm like, you know, I could definitely have this every single meal every day and I'd be fine. Reminded you about tuna steaks. Yeah, there's salmon steaks too. There's a lot of fish steaks for sure. But yeah, for fish, I like it raw a lot more. Not as, I mean, even though it's cooked, is still really good. Raw salmon always beats cooked salmon for sure. But yeah, bison. So red meat, that still counts as like a regular steak, I would say. But that particular kind is pretty wild. Yeah, what about you guys? It's gonna go into phase 2 now. Long phase 2. I missed the staggers. They were really nice. Ooh, he can turn around there? Interesting, okay. Can't see. Oh, the stuff from the other side came back around. I knew what it was, and I think it was too late at that time. Damn. Do I have Shadow Blessings? I have 12, yeah. Poke with raw tuna is the best if we're talking raw fish. Oh man, I had a poke bowl for the first time, like a real one for the first time in Vegas at a Hawaiian restaurant. Holy shit, it was crazy, dude. The tuna was so fresh that I had a conversation with it, pretty much. Like, I know its life story. That's how good it was. So yeah, that's a good choice. I think that like saying something's a poke bowl just because it has some semblance of you know, raw fish in it, it's not enough. Like, there's places I've gotten poke bowls from that don't count at all, in my opinion, compared to this one. But yeah, that's a good choice. Back with beef and cheddar from Arby's. Oh man, David. Unfortunately, we if you eat Arby's in this chat, you're not allowed to talk about it. I actually my life's mission is to actually let Arby's know that they're not that good. And if they ever sponsor me, I'm gonna have to be allowed to say that. Has DLC been done hitless by anybody? I'm sure it has been by a few people. I have not checked to see though. As far as I know, I think that we hosted Gino when he had done a hitless of the whole entire game, so I'm pretty sure in that run he had done the DLC, but in terms of just DLC, guaranteed there's other people. I have no idea. I haven't really gone searching for them yet. But if you guys want to share anybody that has done it, just for people that want to know, if you know of any, you can definitely put them in chat or just put the name. Nice, there he is. All right, so putrescent level 1, no problem. Out of all the From Software games, which boss is my favorite? Radon is my favorite in this game for sure. The DLC one, definitely not the regular one. Out of all the FromSoft games, yeah, okay, so I read that. Good thing he's passive when he does the outside in fire. Yeah, it doesn't seem like he can do anything scary during that. Also, by the way, Kratos, I'm not sure if I said thank you for the 32 months, but thank you again for that. Thank you for using your Prime. Meep Moop Putrescent Knight is cool goop. It's actually funny. I bet you if you picked him up, he probably would feel like a bunch of cool goop. I don't think he's that warm. He definitely is cold in the cave, and then he's like not alive, so he's definitely dead. Isn't Saint Trina right here? If I do that, does that ruin level 1? I'm not sure if that even means anything. You and your buddy hung out, drank some beers, and did Radon 1 controller 2 players. Oh boy, do you have a video for that? Got the left side of the controller? Oh wow. If you haven't done it yet, yeah, dude, definitely film that. Make sure you record it. It just kills you? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. We don't really have to use runes for anything at this point. I don't mind just dying here. It actually probably would help me. I'm trying to think of like what we'd even spend this on, but you know what? I guess we could warp back. Okay, so if we're going to Romina, I'm trying to think of how we would get there. We still have to go from the pathway that's over here that exits on this side of the map from what I remember. And then the ruins are over here, so to open up the ruins, I gotta go out this way, I think. It's a quest thing, but you didn't do the Tialir quest? Okay, I see. Do you think the fingers connected to anything physically, or do you think they have a nub set on the ground? The fingers for who particularly? Oh boy. Yeah, so I'm not 100% sure if this is the right way. We're going to just kind of guess for now and see if we can figure it out. If not, I will check a video on how to get going on that route and see if we're going the right way. Actually, I'm going to send this back up just in case. This is the correct path? Perfect. There we go. We know it. Not for Gaius. We're trying to go to Romina, to the ruins. I don't know if this is the room you want to go into where the Alexander guy is. That's that's up for debate. I think there's an invisible wall somewhere in here. I believe it is in the room that he's in. Oh wait, I'm gonna die from this too. Some ambushes in here. She's so weak to stagger and cold. You love a good time. Nice. I'm excited. I can't really remember much about the fight other than what she looks like and that she flies in the air in the one part. That's not an invisible wall. This definitely is. It's not. What do you do here? What? Okay, we're not going that way then. That's funny, it didn't really do a lot of damage. That's not funny. She keeps pushing me. Marika, what are you doing? Come on. She's just mad that I beat the Elden Beast. That's it. The 2 fingers, 3 fingers is the wrist and a flat nub. 2 finger, 3 finger. Okay, I'm not getting. I might have missed the the memo on the finger thing. I have no idea what we're relating this to right now. Unless that wasn't for me, that might have not been a question for me. Whataburger is better for is better Texas fast food chain. Never had that before, but I've heard it's pretty good from I think Tolomeo. If you guys know Tolomeo, he's talked about it quite a bit over the course of years. So I trust that his discretion on it's pretty good. I think he lives there. Oh, the jar innards. Oh, my bad. Okay, that makes way more sense. I was like, what? Virus, definitely move on. That'd be the best thing you could possibly do. Let go of it. Think of it this way, like ultimately for your life in general, this is just like a very big blanket statement. Think about the types of people you want to be surrounded by and what kind of actions you want them to be committing to, what type of principles they have, and then structure everything you do around that, and then build a circle that's particular to those parameters that you desire, right? So if she doesn't meet the criteria that you hold for yourself, or that you want to have people hold in general around you in unison, then cut her out of the picture. It's as simple as that. I mean, all emotions aside, just like logistically, that is the smartest thing to do, I think, if you have goals for how you want the people to be and how you want to be. If you don't care, then that question probably doesn't really mean anything anyways, but definitely think of this as a bigger thing, not just about your relationship. Think about it as people in general, right? Because people, even if they're not in that position or that role in your life, will still do things that are bad, regardless if you let them, or if you maybe if you don't handle yourself the proper way. So think of how you can change, or again, continue to instill things that you live by that are good, and how you can curate a circle of people that you allow to have access to you, that are going to self-serve you and themselves at the same time. And also realize too that like part of life is actually figuring out who's there for you, who's not. So it's like, it's not really like, it seems like right now there's a lot of emotions involved, but it's no hard feelings. Like, you're supposed to go through a lot of that stuff. There's variations of like the levels and the context of what will happen with bad things you go through, but they're for a reason. So take it as a good sign that you're dodging a bullet for the future, and you can move forward and curate you know, your surroundings a little bit more carefully. And then now you have a little bit more of an awareness to test people a bit harder when it comes to certain things too. But also don't let that make you like a bitter person or like a negative person. Try to look at it as a positive thing, like a good opportunity to grow from for everybody. And you know, people make mistakes, but the mistakes they make sometimes, again, like that's the turning point for you and them. So also, I guess, wish them the best for their sake, and hopefully they change for the better too. Oh my god. How do you do your taxes, Bubai boy? Move somewhere like the like an island that doesn't have them, and then just live there forever. Easy. Why no torrent? Can you torrent here? Oh, you can. Wait, can I go inside though? No. Enough people out there to find someone who wouldn't do that to you. Yeah, but also, again, like, look at it more so that you have a standard that you have. You have to actually kind of interview people for your sake, not so much that there's going to be someone you find, just that you're going to allow certain things to happen. Not that you will find it. They will have to pass certain types of parameters for you, and everyone should have that in place. And then the parameters that match with both parties are the ones that are the good ones, right? But if there's no parameters and we're just doing this randomly, then you get chaos. And if you don't learn the lessons you're told, then you're going to repeat the same situation. So ultimately learn it as a thing you move past, and change the perspective on it in the direction of, hey, you know, this is, I'm really glad I was warned by that, right? Sucks that it had to happen that way, but since it did, you know, let's make the most of utilizing this information, right? Don't want kids, Silky. So yes and no. So basically, if I can't have them or there's some sort of complication, whatever the case, like all the realities that lead to having no kids are fine. I'm at the point where basically no matter what the layout of my life is, every feasible possible variation that exists is fine. So I have like 4 different like major ways things can go, and then there's like nuanced ways with certain conditions that change based within those ways too. And I've thought through like a lot of the realistic outcomes of them, and they're all fine. They're all good. There is no ideal like one single thing that has to be a certain way. But if it plays out where that actually is possible and it works, then 100%, yeah, of course. If it doesn't, I'm not going to be butthurt about it. It's just life. You know, it'll be made to be the case if it's a good thing. If it's not, then there'll be things that don't allow it, obviously. Scenario 1, arrested, yes. Arrested as Wesley Snipes. Been evading taxes since 03, since I was born, dude. Since a fetus. Pay Miyazaki to release Souls games. Meanwhile, we didn't even know that Miyazaki wasn't the one that made them. He was just I think we said a long time ago, he's like a plant. Okay, we're good enough to not die here. Let's go up here, maybe. There we go. Dude, it's still raining the tomato sauce inside the building. What? Like, it kind of reminds me of like tomato sauce or something. Unless he wants to take the lift with me. I figured that because I was so much quicker there, he would probably get stuck and then not be able to make it. But then I realized the lift wasn't sent back down. So, pro tip, make sure you push the button. And then I'm going to take a very quick break to get some water, guys. I'll be right back. In the meantime, enjoy the BRB text that is so beautiful on the screen. And also, if you haven't checked out the other platforms and channels and all that stuff, they're all right there in the chat on the Twitch side of things. If you're on YouTube and you want to catch everything else I'm doing, there should be a pinned comment on most of the videos that you can find with all this stuff as well. But I'll be right back in like 30 seconds. Oh boy, okay. We got hydration.
Soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel.
Wait a second, what was that? Oh, Anonymous. Anonymous, thank you for gifting Virus05 a sub. I appreciate that. Whoever you may be. Thank you very much, Anonymous. Fox, what's up, dude? Welcome back. Yo, I saw your text. This is actually even worse now because I saw your text, realized that I hadn't responded to it, typed a message to send to you, didn't send the message, and then you just came in here now and then reminded me that I still have a text that's even typed in my phone that I didn't send to you yet.
Soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel.
I appreciate you. It's so funny. I was thinking last night, I'm like, how does this guy put up with me? And then I still didn't even send the message I did type. Like, you know what's actually really funny? It's happened with you specifically, like the last, I don't even know how many times that you've reached out or like I've said something to you or whatever. In some sort of point in the conversation, it's happened like 3 times with us. Oh man, I'm sorry. Yeah, also pro tip, if you guys have messages, if you have enough people or enough things that you have to contact where you can't keep track of them after a certain amount of time, or you just have extreme ADHD and that combined, literally set alarms or reminders to respond to people, or set an alarm to respond to everything that is outstanding on your phone or on your computer or whatever periodically, so you can actually just double check and not miss anything. That will probably save you. Okay, I'm gonna fall down right here. Oh, I'm not dead. Nice. I don't know where this goes, but oh! That was the way, I think. I'm pretty sure it was. Skull Kid, thank you for using your Prime sub as well. Welcome, dude. I appreciate it. Your brain is melting. Yeah, dude, I'm sorry. To answer your question though, dude, I remember what the message was. You were talking about just the projects that were going on. There's quite a few things. So some of the stuff has to do with that. And then just, I think I've told you about some of the other things going on too, but they weren't particularly projects in the way that you said, but having to do with the content related to that, if that makes sense. Just so I don't spoil anything, because you know about that, but there's other people that don't know about that stuff yet that will in the future. Oh, wait, this goes outside? Okay, I remember the, oh wait, no, that's the entrance, never mind. I was gonna say, how did we get outside that quickly? So you can go under here right away. Torrent can fit inside the tunnel. That's awesome. Okay, there's the one scorpion over here. He's gonna roll around. Remember seeing these guys, and then we got into the area with the Scarlet Rod, the big staircase in the middle of the room as well. But I'm not sure if it was from this area. Remember coming over here though, and then running this way. Then there's another hole we can fall down. Okay, go down further. Oh, Spirit Spring though. Nice. So maybe we go to the bottom. What happened to the ambient music? There still is ambient music turned on. Right here, see? So there's two Spirit Springs. There's one over here as well, which I think we do actually have to take. So I'm gonna go up that one really quick just to verify. First, I want to see what this room is, though. Yeah, I think we're going through that Spirit Spring. What's going on, Kameen? How are you doing, dude? Boom. Is that the same spot? I think that might be where we were before. Wait, no. No, it's definitely not. Oh, wait a second. Okay, I remember the room we have to get to, what we need to go to escape once we hit the room that has the elevator. There's like an elevator by the bug guys. I don't think that this was the level we were supposed to get off. I think we're trapped in here. If we get off here. Unless I'm missing a doorway or some sort of exit over here. Maybe just for the item? I can't remember if there's an invisible wall in here too. But definitely, I don't think there was in this room. Can we go even higher up? No. Violin or piano, what would you want to be a master in? Piano, because it's a little bit more applicable. Like, you'd be more successful if you were a piano player, in my opinion. Like, it's just more encompassing, so easily piano. And piano is also just a better instrument overall, like, already to me. Like, I like violin, I think it's amazing, but it's more complimentary than it is all-encompassing to me. Don't tell Lindsey Sterling I said that. But yeah, it's not complete by itself as an instrument. It's not as easy to make it complete. It's very much a strong role that it plays, whereas piano can be like anything. It could be a role, it could be the whole thing, it could be possibly the most complete instrument by itself out of anything. And again, you're probably going to be a lot more, probably going to be able to do a lot more work with music if you play professional piano versus violin. There'd be more roles you could possibly be in. You can't be in a rock band playing violin. I mean, yes, there is examples, but it's not as likely. But you could be an orchestra and rock, and you could even be like playing for a rap artist or electronic or whatever. There's so much application. Oh, you know what? Wait, this is where we go to this side. And there's some more skadoosh, skadooshies. Only one. Your former guitar teacher had a violin player in his project. Yeah, I'm not saying that it's impossible. I know plenty of violin players that are lifetimers, and I know piano players, and like, I think you could actually statistically like prove that like piano players have more versatility as a career, like just bar none. Like, it's just simply even just the way that the instrument is made, like the setup of it, like the its ability to be recorded, its flexibility in terms of how you can change the sound of it is it's very, very fluid as an instrument. It's got so much potential. Violin's amazing. I love it. I'd love to even pick it back up and play it again. I've only had one lesson from somebody that I knew, but I would love to try it again. But I'd have to definitely pick piano though. Piano's also like, if I had to pick one instrument to listen to for the rest of my life, it would just be piano. That is the one that's number one to hear. So I'm a little bit biased towards that already. Would violin not tie into all other strings? Yeah, but string instruments by themselves, though, that are not piano aren't all encompassing as easy as piano is, right? Piano's like ergonomically even made to be super easy to play. Full arrangements with multiple layers at the same time. Every other instrument that you have to do that with is just, it's literally less ergonomic even by the intervals and the octave like layout, everything in general. So I don't know of a string instrument you could really replace that with. Like harp is out there. We got like, you know, obviously cello, bass, violin. You got like weird ones. You got the oud, lutes, banjos, sitars, ukulele, like everything. We also get to witness Jordan Rudess in our lifetime. Yeah, Jordan Rudess is a good example. You want to hear some good piano for sure, or I guess synth piano, whatever you want to call it. Obliviscaris. So I actually have them on my playlist. They're really good, and I usually reference them when we talk about violin added to like heavier music. But yeah, I think someone recommended them like maybe 5-6 years ago. I added them to the playlists, and they've been on like my main Spotify one since then, as far as I can remember. So, okay, wait, with this part, there was an area we could run through. It's not where this thing's being blocked. It's the opposite direction, I think. Yeah, over through here. Man, you guys asking this question, it makes me realize I gotta work on the piano too. We gotta build up the drums a bit more, then vocals, then piano after that, and then we'll be complete. So 2025 is gonna be like 2025 will be locking in with vocals, and then 2026 might be the piano year, or maybe even simultaneously. We'll see. DS3 soundtrack is so perfect. There's 3 good Elden Ring OSTs in your opinion. Oh, you don't like the whole soundtrack for this game? What about it is different to you? I'm curious, because I know that they definitely have a lot more music, so it's hard to choose. And there's a lot of music that doesn't stand out the same because it is just supposed to be background and ambient, or you know, like smaller boss fights, all that. Music streams. So again, the music stream thing's really hard to do compared to doing music videos. Reason being, recording like my audio, like my mic, and then having direct input for an instrument without having latency, and you guys hearing the desktop synced with it without it blowing my computer up, and also not requiring extra analog equipment it's a lot. I've gone to the extent of like literally contacting everybody I know that's done one ever, and it leads me to like have to spend a lot more money on physical equipment that I wouldn't use for recording anyways, or I have to do like a ghetto setup that's like not actually really high quality, which I could. And I was saying before, like the closest thing to that would be, I literally, instead of even DIing the guitar, I just plug it in to something that I can mic up that you can hear simultaneously in the room audio with my voice. And then I just, you know, speedrun learning some songs, but then the actual playthrough of that song gets put on the music channel. And then you guys just get to see the speedrun of me trying to learn it within an hour. It's an option. So yeah, once we have like a flow with this stuff and I've gotten a lot of runs out and I can say that I'm ahead of schedule on every single channel, I think that would be a really cool thing to do for like an hour at the beginning of a stream. First thing I think I'd want to get into is probably Zelda music, because I already learned some. Final Fantasy and Zelda music would be a good start. And then maybe even from there we could do like Super Mario, Metroid, whatever. Focus on some gaming music. Maybe even do interpretations of the FromSoft soundtrack. Although in an hour that'd be a little tricky for some of them if we were doing like proper rhythm and melody at the same time. And then, yeah, when it comes to streaming the drums as well, it's the same problem, is that I can't run the software from the computer. I can't even stream on that computer simultaneously and record. Even the recording is difficult because it'll drop out on the audio when there's nothing else even running sometimes with a pretty good computer. So got to first figure out what other VST I want to run for drums, and then see if I can maybe do a live session or standalone session routed through desktop audio on OBS with that software. Yeah, a lot of people that I know, they just mic their kit for an acoustic kit, or they will, again, they have like a mixer that basically they can splice into a VST, then they run their stream audio out of a VST with like a virtual audio cable back into OBS, and then they have a separate process going on. But that's like super crazy on the computer and very tricky to get low latency without having, you know, like the setup that's made for it, I would say. All right, so we're at Romina now. We did it. Boggate is glitching out for some reason. I don't know why it was doing that. You guys were saying Frost is pretty good for her. And then I don't know if Bleed would work on her at all. But we'll try the Starfist with Frost again. Trying to think if we would go for heavy attacks on Romina at all. I don't know if we would be doing that particularly, but we'll try to see if we can get some charged heavy attacks. Bleed, Frost, and Fire. Nice. I wouldn't assume that she'd be able to be bled though, because she's like a plant. And then the sunflower dude couldn't be bled. So why? What's the explanation? Okay, I gotta remember this. Oh yeah, we stayed very close and kind of like a lot of the attacks missed. She can because half human like Millennia. That's fair. Wait, Millennia being half human is kind of hard to say though. Is she really half human? I feel like Millennia is like 70% human. Maybe I'm wrong though. PS3 is smaller, so the themes are more personal, pretty much. That makes sense. So you're saying the game itself, like the way that you experience the music for the first time while playing the game, affected how you like the music more than the soundtrack without even seeing gameplay at all? Try to jump the sweep hits. I think for me, Silky, again, jumping things by default is harder than doing the rolling. I can try, but... Oh, nice. Oh, he had a headache from that. Yeah, I've never been good at jumping in this game in general. Like, I don't do a lot of the jumping scenarios with jumps. I do it with rolling because it's more consistent for me. It's always been the case. But I can try to incorporate them as we go. If it doesn't work, then we'll do them later. Is the goal to no-hit this eventually? So I'd be more interested in doing 0 damage. You could say it's exactly the same if you don't care about the difference, but something like that for sure. Oh, she comes back around. Okay. Ooh, that's cool. And then at the end of the rolling attack, you can go in, I think. Remember that. Trying to think of like what else we learned from this fight. It's been a long time, so. And I don't think we were on Romina that long, maybe like 2 hours or something. Okay, that going through the neck, rolling through the neck on that attack, or whatever the hell it is, the front of the centipede thing is, scorpion, whatever. Not good. Piano's also nice to learn because you don't have to worry about finger calluses or breath control. Yeah. Also, in terms of ergonomics, on the tendons and like the muscles, it's a lot more relaxed because you're using your like the natural wrist position. You don't have to hold something, so the tension from holding something's not a factor. And then you can give yourself, I mean, you can do this with string instruments and give your fingers a break too, but it's like a lot more natural of a position to like be loose and just also not have to consider as many things. Like you're just sitting in front of a thing that's flat in front of you. It's not like you're holding the thing, having to figure out how your back is angled, your shoulder involvement being monitored. Elbow action, wrist action, attack of an angle of something with the right hand being different than how you arrange the left hand. There's so many different aspects of it. So yeah, piano's like just super, super nice. That's why I think a lot of people will say start with that. I like that one. One, two, three. Okay. Footwork is the only other thing on the piano, pressing the pedal properly. Right. I can imagine that being probably the hardest part once you get going, but love piano sounds and the harp, but you suck at them. I would love a chance to try a harp. Never been able to in person before, but I still had a goal to eventually acquire one. Like, it would be cool eventually, like in my older age, to acquire every instrument in general that is interesting to me, and then, learn how to play them somewhat decently, but the harp is one that was on that list for a long time. And I don't know any harp players personally, but it seems very cool. Very, very cool. Oh. Zinky, what's up, dude? So I knew the timing on that. You can't actually roll the second one unless you're really early on the first. So I probably need to be away from one of them just to maybe have like a nice reaction to it instead of just having a pre-roll. Ever heard of hurdy-gurdy? That sounds very familiar, but it also sounds like something from like a Tyler Perry movie or something like that. Sounds like a figure of speech that someone like Medea would use. I don't know what the reference would be. Starfist, Jack? Yeah, we're using Starfist infused with Cold on the Craigblade Ash of War. Okay. I think on this fight, one thing that would be very beneficial right now, instead of trying to like waste time trying to attack her, because I'm not going to win anyways, I might as well just try to survive for a while and just count the seconds on the windows. Because I think that assuming window timings for me punishing her without knowing is probably going to slow down this by like 30 minutes to an hour or something. Like we need to just survey the fight a bit. And then once I think phase 1 is smooth enough, we'll move on to the second part. Are some pianos hundreds of thousands of dollars? It's like the age and who made it as well. Like a lot of pianos are old, right? Like in that category, it's like a non-reissue guitar. Or a guitar that's made from like the classic era by a luthier that was famous. Like some of those guitars are $250,000, something like that. So anything that's like really expensive for an instrument, there's a base price that's probably a pretty big range for some of them, where pianos can go to the 5-figure range even just on launch, like a brand new one. But the originals that are not reissues or models being made in the last several, like large amount of years, like they're gonna be priced mainly based on their the heritage and the age and all that. It's like the reason that you can't buy a McLaren F1 is $20 million versus like it should be probably under $1 million or around $1 million, but it's 20 million, so it just has a lot of history to it. It's old, they don't make them. So the fewer of that object that exists too, it's going to increase the value. I'm sure a lot of pianos over time, they break down, they're not maintenance properly, whatever. Maybe some people even give away a piano that actually is worthwhile at some point that will become a classic piano that you'd pay a premium for in the future, so you have to consider that. Ooh. Instrument like the violin that's mixed with the piano, you gotta look up pros of playing it because it looks crazy. Hurdy-gurdy's an instrument that's a violin mixed with a piano. Interesting. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. If you can send me a link to, if you find anything in the meantime while you're here, definitely send me a link in a DM. But I'll do my best to remember that. You know what? I probably don't even need to buff on this fight. I was going to say, if we're going to be trying to learn it properly, let's save the buffs for after, because they're not actually helping me live. Okay, so that crosses over the neck, so basically spacing the first part of it might be a good way to get in to punish the melee attack, or if I'm very close, I'm obviously gonna have to like figure that out too. So probably have to like do a double roll on that just in case. Is this fight laggy, Star? What do you mean by laggy? Stay close to the left side, it helps you dodge? Okay. Interesting. to think of how there. I think when she did that before, I got pushed by the back of her, like the front part of the neck or whatever, and then it like didn't let the second part touch me. Like it actually pushed me into a good spot. Oh, FPS drops. Okay, so for me, I don't get any of those. But on the furnace guys, and also just this area too. This area is pretty bad. There might be some part of the fight that becomes more frame rate intensive. I'm not sure though. Can't remember if the first time that happened. So far, it's been good though. It's not really a big recovery, unfortunately. It's kind of sucks that it's like such a frequent attacking boss. So nothing so far is a big opening. You'd have to be missed by some of the attacks, or the punishes are a little bit too slow to amount to anything crazy. Maybe if I can get the staggers, it'll speed it up a little bit. You don't want tips? You guys can tell me anything you want. I don't really listen to a lot of people, to be honest. I'm not someone that typically follows instructions that people tell me. So as much as I know you guys have some good advice, you've done things, there's a purpose I'm here for that won't be able to be achieved in some cases by even taking some of the advice. Or there's too many things to like that I haven't explained that you guys don't know, that would have to be figured out once you tell me something, and then I have to tell you, well, I can't do that because of this or whatever. So there's a lot of factors, but overall, I really appreciate anybody's insight. I don't think you're wrong or anything if I don't take your advice. It might just be because I'm stubborn, but it's what I like to do. If you don't give me any advice, I would be just as happy. There's no difference if you give me advice versus not. How much is my PC? Silky, I have no idea. I couldn't tell you. I can't remember. It's definitely closer to like the 2,500 mark or so, but I can't tell you the exact price I paid because I negotiated a bunch of deals with them and I got it on sale. But the original price is something like 2,500. So 4070 Super, 14th Gen i5 type of build. Yeah, if it does the job for Elden Ring for 600, that's amazing. That's really good. Just don't open a single program more, it might blow up. It might be on like the fine line. Oh boy. We're in level 1, this is not good advice. Like being on her left, it's not good advice, really? Let him cook. Yeah, like for me, again, like a lot of the fights that are easier, the trend of learning it is that I get my ass kicked for most of the fight, and then at the very end we just pull through and we beat it. But the hard fights are going to be like a lot more stretched out. There's not going to be like this light bulb moment or anything. You want people to try different things than what normally works. You learn more from watching that way. That's fair. Yeah, I think a lot of the ways I'll do certain things on this game is just, it has nothing to even do with like anything particular. It's just like something I prefer. If it just feels right, and I'll just go for it. This applies to every single thing I do in general. It doesn't matter unless there's no other way to do it. If there is no flexibility or options, then obviously there's one way to do it. But if there is options, then if I have a way that I like, then I'll do it that way. And I'll probably end up actually being really good at that way, even if it is like objectively harder, just because it's just better. I don't think difficulty is all the time needs to be based on objectivity either. It could be like maybe you are better at a certain subjective thing that makes that thing better. Like, for example, maybe you handle an attack suboptimal, but your suboptimal way of handling it is 100% or 99% consistent. And even if you were to learn it the other way, you wouldn't have even gotten to the point of being consistent as quickly. So you'd have to do a lot to undo that at that point. And then even in the beginning, it wouldn't have been as intuitive for you. So that's the nice thing about these games, like the creativity with that. And I think this game has even more of that than ever. Something like Sekiro would be like more like, oh yeah, you have to do it this way. So I think I can maybe be missed by that one attack she does. Turn off Death Star because we're doing a run, so like this whole playthrough is like one whole challenge, right? Like there's going to be a video on the second channel for the whole thing, and there'll be a video that's a master cut of the fights. So be cheating to like play a run would be kind of weird, right? Even cheating to practice is something I don't do, so it's like I still have to I have to make the decision after now that the DLC is here and everything if I ever even want to get into that. And the thing is, as soon as I do, I have to say that I did it, and there's no difference if I did it once versus every time. So it's like that opens up a whole nother unfortunate reality. Then it's like I would have loved to know that I never did, but if I have to, it devalues like my practice. To me, at least, I know it might not devalue it to other people, and the results will be quicker. But I'm not going to be as happy, unfortunately. And for me, even like having less runs done, or people not as happy, but me being happier is more important. So that's kind of why I don't do that kind of stuff already. But on a run, that definitely would not even be a question. I wouldn't be allowed to do that. No, this is in practice. Basically, like the run is to do the whole DLC level 1, but then also, or at least, sorry, the remembrance remembrances level 1. But then in the process of that, get the fights damageless as well. So what I mean by practice is that like even if I actually am doing pretty well in a fight and I'm about to kill them, I still have to die on purpose if I took a hit, right? Like it's practice towards the perfect version of that fight, which will happen before we move on. But I do agree, I think using certain tools or whatever would actually help, but if I haven't before and I don't need to, it's like why would I start doing that now until it's like really, really like you're just so behind everything that it's not even possible to keep up without it. I don't know what actually even hit the character there. That's weird. To you, this is impossible. Good luck, Jack. Really? You think so? You think Romina's like the hardest DLC boss, or one of the hardest, or do you just mean in general? Got to learn the DLC areas on hit list too. Yes, definitely, 100%. That part's a little easier than learning the bosses. So typically, like that being done last is the easiest. It's like all the hardest fights done really well first, then refreshing the easy fights and learning the areas, and then trying different methods as we go through. It's like the final steps. Okay, I knew that was happening. I was a little bit too focused on her weapon, though. Incantations is fun. Incantations in this game are really good. And your Aleem is horrible to just run through without getting hit. Really? So is that like a part that's tricky? Like, have you seen someone do it on an actual run and have a hard time on it? You found Romina the easiest boss with a regular build, not a challenge one? Okay, I see. So just the overall level 1. That's what you were referencing. Oh, you can go under the tail. I think that's what it is. I think it's not that it pushes you. I think you go underneath something when you're really close on that. And it might be, maybe it's a bit of both. I don't know. Because I think I was like point blank and then I rolled a little bit to the left on that particular attack that killed me on the first playthrough. Rune level 1 is crazy, but you know that I'll get it. I appreciate that. Thank you, dude. Yeah, we'll definitely be doing this. Like, I'm not really worried about this fight at all. It's more so the stuff that we haven't done yet. There's some pretty crazy ones. Like this Mateer and I guess, well, Leda apparently can be hard, so she might be like a full stream, but like Radon definitely is going to be wild. And Bale, I don't know. Bale's like a question mark. But after Bale and Radon, I don't even know what else would really be a problem. I think that's pretty much it. We got it. Ladon, I appreciate that. Thank you. How are you doing? Oh, so as soon as you hear the sound, it's almost too late. Feel the beast spells aren't that strong. Beast spells. Have I tried that? I don't know if I did that. Oh, beast incantation, Stone of Garank. Is Garank the guy? Isn't that the dude that turns into Malekith? Or am I thinking of something else? That's a really good one to punish on the... Oh, there's the frost too. Nice. Okay, so if she does the one in the sky, that's a really good opportunity. I gotta take that. Oh, there's a third. That's what it is. I need to figure out how to dodge that close. Do you even have time to roar in this fight? You don't have a lot of time for many things as far as I know right now. Like most of the windows are stretched farther than what they give you typically by having her miss you. Like, so you'd have to be in a spot where you go outside where the attacks are happening before they, like, you'd have to on the previous attack already be positioned pretty strategically. So you can extend the windows a bit more. I don't know if that's safe or consistent though, so I don't know if long term that's going to be how I do it, but if you want to do like a straight up punish and then not do anything sneaky with placement, it seems like you can barely just attack one time for a lot of them, for sure. But again, there's like some attacks that don't happen as often that definitely have bigger opportunities. That one I get caught by all the time. Favorite DLC? This is my favorite DLC. This is my favorite thing that they've made. And favorite part of a game ever. Ooh, I guess not to be confusing. Definitely not Romina my favorite part, but just like the DLC overall is my favorite piece of content and favorite thing game related that I've ever played.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Very Neo. Wait. It's only 59. Never mind.
Game Lion, thank you for the 59 months, dude. Welcome back. What do you mean by Neo? When you did New Game Plus 8 level 1 no blessings, Bale was way harder than Radon because Radon can't be parried. Sorry, can be parried, sorry. Bale has harder attacks to dodge. Okay, that's good news then. So Radon might not be that bad. That could be good or bad. It could be that I get to Radon and then I still get my ass kicked and that means Bale is going to be ridiculous. Or they both end up being the opposite in terms of who is difficult or who's more difficult. I can't tell if that's like an actual combo or she's initiating with that attack after the other ones, because I thought that there was something else happening there. Like I know that situation at this point, but I thought that was something that she was comboing right there. So damn it. Bale still melts from Dragon Katana, and you can use that level 1, right? I was saying that at some point on this playthrough we might actually rock that weapon and see how it is, because I did want to use it on the first playthrough and I never did. The pickaxe for Bale, really. Is that better than Starfist, or is it just because the reach mainly? That one's probably the hardest so far. Because by the time it happens, if you don't react, you're dead. If you do react, like to what it looks like, you're dead. And then if you have bad placement, you're dead, even if you know how to react. But it's also like such an obvious thing too that it's annoying that that's the way it works, because it's not actually that challenging, or it's not that complicated of an idea. It's just in practice, it's not that nice. Cold pickaxe with chilling miss and got frostbite every poise break. That sounds pretty good. Huh. Yeah, like I could be by default just closer. I just don't know how that would work in terms of like if the attack would even happen, or if it would happen off screen partially, then the neck kills me. Okay, let's go back to not trying to kill her again. Let's see if we can maybe manage that attack, or like the flow of that a little bit better. The Dragon Katana carried you through the DLC. the Dragaon. Dragoan. Oh man. The upgraded version that only you found, that no one else has, that does 7,000 damage every hit. Oh, it's a little bit too early. I was thinking because I was underneath her. Maybe go a bit earlier. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, so now I got to clean up the things we did learn already more. I think that's more important than even trying to go further than that at this point, because we're not making it to the next step here. That also has an overlap too. Interesting. But then that would be better served if you're already close. So it's kind of weird because like I want to be close, but I don't know how to be close on that without being like point blank for everything else. So it's like you either just pick for like the majority of the situations close, or you can't really like change your mind at a certain point on that one. But yeah, maybe I could again pre-roll or double roll. I hate doing that. It's not really that skillful in my opinion. It's kind of, well, it is, but it's also not orthodox. So I don't like those scenarios that much. Even that was kind of funny. Your friend got help on this without telling you? Oh, got you to help, and he didn't tell you that he was on New Game Plus 4 with no skibbities? Roll in, but you don't know for level 1. Well, the thing is, like, if rolling in is the way that you perfectly dodged it with a regular character, it wouldn't make a difference on level 1. It's just a matter of, like, can you actually do, is that a mechanically sound thing to do, right? Does that work? Is that the answer? I'm trying to, but like the way this works is like it changes all the time based on where you are. And well, part of that's me figuring out still how I want to deal with this, because like I could just be far away the whole time, but then almost nothing would be possible to punish. I could be like medium range, but then medium range doesn't work after a certain point. Like you actually are already too late staying medium range. So you have to know when to shift into long or short range before the next scenario. So I have to be more anticipatory on this, like way beyond what I thought I had to. I thought it was just mainly like, oh, okay, here's the initial attack. Like the next thing I have to anticipate, it's like before she even does anything, before she runs to you, you have to assess like how much space you have and like what you're doing. It's like right here, I'm getting away, because then the next thing, if it starts off with a attack from the centipede, then I want to have more of the arena behind me. And then now we have more space. Now this one too, jumping away, still not enough to do the next one, so I'd have to stay close on that because I didn't start running sooner on the previous thing. Meaning, I think that what that points towards is there's a way to be point blank the whole time that's better than any of this placement that I have. That I have to like relearn now because there's too many traps ahead of time. You gonna stop giving advice, Jack? No, you're good, dude. I'm not even trying to take your advice and blame anybody for it. It's me. I'm just trying to figure this out overall. So anything you guys say, again, even if I don't take it to heart, it's not that I don't think you're right or anything. I might just be stubborn about certain things, but I'm trying to see what we can do. Being closer here. Here we go. Still too quick, damn. That attack's weird. Why would they make the sound effect that late? Like that does, okay, that's a design flaw in my opinion. I don't think there should be an attack unless like they wanted to kind of like make it a funny attack or something, but I don't think you should put a sound effect that's a cue or indicator at all if that's how close it is to the landing time. Like that's a little bit too ridiculous. I don't see anyone using that to react effectively versus it being early. You might as well just not even have it at that point. Make it more straight up.
So the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Quelaag stick to the left side. That's interesting.
Merry
I don't
Christmas.
fight Quelaag on the left side. You can fight Quelaag directly in front of her. You just have to run right into her the whole time, and then she misses. She swings over your head. So I don't really pick a side. I either am point blank running into her, then I go left or right depending on if she does the stab. Or I run away the whole time and then only attack whatever side's the easiest if she does lava on hitless. I need to see the left side thing for that. Is that like staying like under her arm on the left the whole time? So Glungers, thank you for the 59 months, dude. I don't know what hit me there. Okay. The butt sting slam. Yeah. You use the sound of that. You can use the sound effect, but in terms of like how close it is to when she lands, I've never seen anything in any of the games that have that close a proximity. Usually a sound effect would happen like a half second before, or maybe even like 3/4 of a second. That was really, really close. Like, I don't know, again, my measurements might not be exact with saying that, but it just seems like it's like maybe even a few frames too early compared to what I would program if I was going to make a sound effect like that or something. Okay, so early roll on that twice is better than the early roll backwards. What's going on, Alexandra? That's funny, dude. There's been a couple people that have said that, but I think that's one of the weaker comparisons because he's not really that... I don't think I resemble him even as close as some of the other bad comparisons that people have made. I appreciate it though. I think he's pretty well respected, right? So I'll keep saying thank you until we have some comparisons of people that we don't want. It almost seems like even being not point blank, but like slightly less than point blank gives you more time to do the double roll. It's so close, man. I guess also when she starts to rotate, if I am able to move, if I'm not recovering from anything, I gotta strafe a little bit to kind of designate that spacing from the base of her her centipede neck thing that keeps getting me. Need to have a little bit more distance sideways. That one also almost seems like if you dodge through it to the right, she'll miss you, but I don't know what would happen if we end up on the right after. I might try that. Because there's going to be scenarios where I screw up the preemptive spacing, right? Like I'm not going to be able to be in the right place at the right time all the time, so I need to find alternatives to that too. Rather than just focusing on the one way. Alexandra, I appreciate that. Thank you, dude. I know that a lot of people, they use the word speedrunning in place of challenge running. So, I mean, I will say I don't think I'm a speedrunning legend, definitely for challenges maybe, but I appreciate that though. Let's just hope the actual speedrunners don't hear that, because they might get a little salty with you including my name. Might be like, that guy's not a speedrunner. Boy. Oh, almost. Didn't even use all the buffs on this one. The sleeper fight. So that's the thing that Gino didn't like on the hitless run, I guess. There it is. That's funny because like when we first played this fight, that part of the fight to me, I was like, oh, it's kind of nice the butterflies don't explode that quickly. Little did we know it would become the thing that's the hard part of the fight. That's funny. Okay, let's try with a buff now. It's interesting how FromSoft changed the stance on checkpoints right before bosses, maybe because bosses become harder in general. I think it's a combination of that, like what you just said, that, and also the areas to get through take so much longer in this game to run across that it's just the lack of density in some of the places, right? Because there is some runbacks still that are not too different than the previous games. And then when it comes to the placement of the graces too, like with the amount of square feet on the map, like I'm not surprised they put this many. Some of them still feel really far away from each other. And then you think of DS3 and it's like there's literally a bonfire like beside another one. Like if we even compared it on the map right here, let's see if we can find a close one. So the bonfire beside another bonfire is even closer than these 2 points right here. Like that would probably feel 2 or 3 times longer than some of the ones. So I don't know if they've ever really done the exact same thing where they kept placing it back to back, but yeah. Just the scale of the game overall, I think is pretty wild. And there's still even been times I've played this DLC and I'm like, oh wait, there hasn't been a grace for a long time. Then I find all the ones in the area, I'm like, wow, that's really far away from the other one. So it definitely goes both ways. That's okay. It's a little bit of a bigger attack. They changed the checkpoints with DS3 Demons. DS1 and 2 were just cruel runbacks. And you figured out it's not fun game design. That's fair. Yeah, also again, the difficulty of those games was much different too. So it's kind of like... It's weird because like you could make this game similar in terms of difficulty for some boss fights and some areas, but then the work that you need to put into it to do that is not like immediate. It's like you have to spend probably 10-20 hours. try to do the early roll there. I gotta go even earlier than that. Damn it. And I don't think you could like run around it the whole time. Kind of sucks because that's like probably one of the biggest windows we can punish that I have been able to a few times. You're telling me you don't have Smelter Demon run back PTSD? I haven't done that for so long that I actually don't have that anymore, but I did back in the older days. The one that I still don't like probably the most is just the run back to False King, just because False King's not a fun fight for the fact that it's like the most involved fight in Demon Souls, maybe aside from Flame Lurker. It's like one of the bigger bosses, and they made him drain your level, and he's just purely glitchy. Like if he wasn't glitchy, then that run back wouldn't be as bad, but just you're literally running so far to fight a pile of glitchy nonsense. It's like, at least make him good. Even for that time, it still was really frustrating. Like without even having a comparison. Okay. Dead? No. Don't even know what that was. Okay. Cannot see. Enz's Castle runbacks are a pain. Enz's Castle. Trying to think of what that is. I know that's in this game. That's not for Commander Neil, is it? The run back to Artorias was 5 minutes. It's pretty big, yeah. Artorias run back is not nice because you have I think you have the option of taking the lift from inside where the like the abyssal cave area is that Manus is in, and you can take a shortcut out through there, or you can just run back from the actual forest, which is, they're both pretty bad overall. And actually, I might be wrong, like the shortcut inside the cave might not even be available before you've killed Artorias, so yeah, don't even quote me on that. Nice. Wish you had my patience, RJ. I'm not actually that patient of a person, I'll be honest, with a lot of things. Like, it's not really so much patience, it's more so just that I have a goal, and like I very much so have a super clear grasp on the realistic things I'll have to do to get it. So usually what happens is I actually don't even have to do as much as I actually set out in my head, and then anytime it goes past those events and I have to push the time frame a bit more, then I start to get a bit frustrated eventually. But my tolerance for it's pretty big, so I think it's more so tolerance, complete awareness of the goal and all the nuances of it that would be pretty standard, and then also just what's it called, like, it's deterministic, right? Like, I know for a fact as long as I'm alive I will do this, and I know I'll do a lot of other things too ahead of time. It's just a matter of the small pieces being put together. But like, for example, if you put me in a situation where something wasn't as like simple as that, then yeah, I'll get very impatient. Like, there's some things that are just so stupid that the patience level will be like -5, but with this, there's not really, I don't really think of patience, I just think of it as I'm just gonna do it. It's more deterministic and just a puzzle you're piecing together. So like, I'm actually, there's successes inside attempts that aren't even doing what we're trying to do, because that's part of the process too, right? Some things don't have that potential. This is a very nice thing. If you're gonna learn anything, this thing's nicer to learn than like trying to make sense of something that doesn't have reasoning or logic to it at all, right? Like, that's gonna be just madness. You don't like it when things are out of your control, kind of like randomness involved? No, not even that. It's just like the logistics of it. So like, let's say I can assess the situation and say that like I have to deal with a person, for example, and the person's very ignorant, and their ignorance is beyond my scope of being able to do anything to influence the situation for the better of everybody, or even just like for their sake. And then I don't know this until I have like a amount of time sunken into the situation. So like, let's just say like I can't pinpoint that until hours of time investment, and I have the notion there's a chance that it, you know, it could go in the favor of everybody, but it doesn't, just because that person can't bring themselves at that point to be at a certain level with themselves. Like, that would be more annoying than even this, because you can't do anything about it. You could know the solution, you could possess the person and solve it for them, but there's nothing you can do without them making a decision. So things that not even outside of control, but more so just it's an unfortunate series of time and events that match up at the wrong time. You know, there's just not the time for it to be dug into, really, or it's not the time to try to even be doing anything in the situation. Whereas this, if you show up, you're ready. It's always going to be exactly what it can be. There's no new things being added to it. It's very tangible after a certain amount of time, and that's it. It's like ones and zeros basically versus well, you know, there's some variation in that too, but versus you know, a lost battle before you even got there, if that makes sense. Like, some things are lost causes by default. Super smart and analytical. I would just say it's just the my best way of explaining it. I don't think that's a good explanation. There's easier ways to explain what I just said, but I appreciate that though. I mean, you could say it could be intelligent to not even see both those scenarios as anything different and just do everything in general the same way all the time, right? Like, that would be even smarter, because then there's even less information, variation, consideration, deviation, like any of that. Like, so I would actually say you're probably better off not actually caring about any of that stuff, just doing things, just doing it the same. Espelons, what's up? How's it going? Almost there. I got the first part of that down. Second part, yeah. There's a method that you could use for both scenarios of being too far away and then too close with the very, very early roll. Been training DS3 bosses for the last 5 hours straight. Epsilons, oh damn. That's a pretty big grind. What are you training for specifically? For hitless. Okay, cool, cool. Couldn't see anything, and I think that was over my head, but okay. Cool. Oh, and this is Rolana. Okay, that makes sense. So Enzis, I'm trying to think of like running through that area. There is the one NPC before her, I remember, and then I can't remember anything else that's too challenging, because I feel like Enzis is pretty small, right? Been searching for inspiration, so you're there? Oh, okay, I see. Well, you know what? Best of luck with it, and also again, when you practice, like if you need to take breaks, definitely, like if you're hitting a wall with progress or anything, or just concepts are not really flowing that well for you, definitely take a break if you can. But I wish you the best of luck with it. Okay. Could not see. It's interesting too. One thing that's strange about her is the sound effect for her attacking with the weapon's the same, but the attacks are all different though. Like, why would they even use a sound effect at that point? I guess they have to, but it's just like, it's such a weird thing that's the exact same sound. So I gotta stop paying attention to sound in this fight altogether too. Or at least like referencing it the way that I am, because that's another thing. Using the shadow fragment, yeah, I have blessing level 12. I might be able to go to 13 even. So I have 3 more shards. Let's actually get see if we can get 13. So it's not gonna be like a big increase or anything, but it might make a small difference here. That was too clean of a roll for the first one. You have to be sloppy on purpose on that. Oh man, it's tricky because I don't want to go like obnoxiously sloppy on it, then actually make a bad habit where I have to dial it back and like I'm killing myself on purpose trying to figure out where the range is on it. But if you go like slightly early on it, then you can get away with that. And it's a huge opportunity, so it's like I want to keep doing that. I think we should try to work on it to get better. I just have to really pay attention to placement and replicate it the same way. It's very hard to do on the fly for that one. Seems to be that like dodging it backwards now though is a little bit easier than it was, so that's good news. Whoa. Yo, there's so much like lingering damage on this enemy. What the fuck was that? What are those, man? That's crazy. Wow. I am surprised in a not so pleasant way about that one. Oh man, oh man. Oh, this is why I think that my method of trying to dodge that one attack is now like not a good thing, because again it burns into your muscle memory that when certain things happen that look like that situation, that you go at that timing, and the timing has to be early on purpose, which is sloppy and not smart if it's one attack you're dealing with. But if it's like an overlapping thing, you have to, or you have to have better placement. So I don't know what the placement would need to be to like literally avoid having to double roll some of the attacks, but I think it's affecting other scenarios now. Because I never even made that mistake at all, period, until I started doing the other attack with the on purpose sloppy roll to get the second one. See if I can separate that at least, maybe just get better at it and still keep doing it. If it happens too many more times, I'm gonna have to change that though, for sure. Prefer eating it from the front or the back. Not from the top, definitely. And then also from the inside, outside at the same time. Kind of like interdimensional, like fourth dimension. But not on a Sunday, though, for some reason. I don't know why. What about you? And the instant roll too. So I haven't figured that out yet. That one is never been done yet. Everything else has. Seems like whenever she does the jump too, I get really good RNG because, or that would be considered good RNG for sure. Wasn't aware of how good that was. There's death. Started learning Mikasa because of your cover. And now past 1 week of trying, you can play 4 seconds of that arpeggio thing, Tor. Do you mean the alt pick run that has the triad in it? Like do 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 do, like that one? That is that's a tricky part. That is, I think that one took me a little bit longer for that part, or that part took longer than the rest of the song. But you'll definitely get it though. That song is mainly just it's alt picking. It's like a requirement. Your alt picking has to be pretty damn good for that kind of stuff. But once you get that down, I think that like that actual riff specifically will help you with other things that are similar for sure. It's actually funny that you mentioned that too, because that's like one of the only parts of the song I still remember how to play. Like I'll use that for a warm-up for alt picking sometimes. Yeah, I wish you best of luck, and also if you do record this song, definitely show me. I'd love to see it. Still reached, nice. Putrescent dead, we did get Putrescent, yes. Difficult to you yet, but it's so cool. Oh, the song, yeah, their music is really cool for sure. That's probably one of the better songs to learn though from Vale. Like that album in general is probably the best one. You'll probably notice I haven't covered anything from any of the other stuff. I really wanted to take a crack at ID, but and Eclipse as well. But dude, it's madness. Oh man. Actually, now that you mention that, maybe it'll inspire me to actually learn some of their older music again. Stream quality is better on Twitch. Really interesting, Uchi. Narrative-driven games. Oh wait, it's dark. It's dark in the arena now. I think narrative is very important. If you're gonna make a game that has it and gameplay is still a focus, it's a bonus. But if it's purely just a narrative, a story game, then you know you might be able to like appeal to a whole nother audience of people that want to have good storytelling, escapism, and you know, really feel immersed and all that. So it's important for a lot of reasons, but I guess my take on it is that I don't really require it much at all. Like I've said many times, like I don't even need color in the game, like, or maybe there could be one color or two colors. Like we don't even need to have detail. It just needs to be objects that I can differentiate from, and then actions they can do, and that'd be a good enough start. Because a game like that could still be way better than something that looks like real life. So for me, it's mainly the experience of how you engage with it, more than the actual story or anything like that. Because I'm not really playing games for to like watch a movie, if that makes sense. Same reason I wouldn't read fiction is like I'd rather just see it told to me in a shorter time frame. And for a game, I'd rather play the game than learn about the game, outside the mechanics and all that. But it's always a nice bonus. Like this game has a great story. I've come to realize quite a bit about it over time, but it's just a nice bonus. If it didn't, I wouldn't care. Ooh. So getting out of that might be tricky. So it's 1, 2, and then 3, 4, boom, explosion right after, so she lands, and then we run away once she lands. But if we're in the corner, then I think that was just like a death if we were in the corner on the first playthrough. It's less compressed. Interesting. Yeah, because I was told by a lot of people that the quality on YouTube was better. Maybe it has to do with the quality options and like what it's set to as well. But I was under the impression that it's impossible for Twitch to reach the quality of YouTube, because the encoders aren't really the same. But yeah, I'd like to hear another opinion on that for sure, because I've seen the comparison and the YouTube did look better every time. Unworthy, pretty cool side scroller, black and white Souls-like. If I can squeeze it in, maybe. It's just one of those things where people suggest games these days. I mean, I haven't even played games I own games I haven't even played yet. The amount of time I actually prioritize to put into playing games is like nothing compared to what it used to be, so it's so hard for me to actually finish even the things I want to do on the games I do play. Let alone even play things that aren't even the things that have been out. So it's like the chance of me playing it is probably like 0.1%. Not because I don't think it's cool, it's just because I don't have a clone that can do everything. And I don't intend to play like as many games as I used to. It's really a mixture of all that. But yeah, even Silent Hill 2. Haven't even started it yet. Have had it for probably like since it came out or before it came out. Don't even know when that's gonna be, but I would love to try it. Even the randomizer for the DLC too, like I wanted to have that done pretty soon, like around now. And we had some delays, but now we're back to this and can squeeze in the randomizer before this is done, at least to start off. And then I think that idea, the game you mentioned, would be really cool for a video where I just compare every single game people haven't heard of that is indie, that's related to this genre or whatever. But like I play it in particular, like for that video, not specifically to beat it or anything, or to do any challenges, but mainly breaking down like things that people haven't seen. So there's always a day that will come where a video like that's going to be made, and I don't know what's going to be included in it, but that might be one of them. So I can write it down or keep it bookmarked or something. I've quite a few outstanding ones now. We got even just in the new stuff, Wukong. We got whatever that. It was like an anime kind of, not even anime, but like very Japanese kind of one. It had the robot or something like that. Not Nier, something else. There was Salt and Sanctuary, still haven't tried. Dead Cells we got, stuff like that. Stellar Blade, yes, Stellar Blade. I was trying to figure out exactly what it was called. Stellar Blade, Wukong, and then yeah, there's some of the indie ones for sure. got great action. It looked really cool in terms of the boss fights. I think we hosted a couple people playing it. I believe I hosted Kwitty playing it and Faraz. And I mean, like, Faraz recommending it to me is a pretty big recommendation because he's even more selective with games than I am. So he doesn't really say anything's good that's not good. Like in my history of recalling anything that's like elective or like pop culture related, I've never heard him say something's like excellent that isn't on some level pretty creative or good. So it's got a pretty good taste in games for the most part. And I take his word that it's good. And also he doesn't play games that much now, so if he does play something, it's probably worth it. All right, let's get a nice phase 2 again and then learn how to not die there. Oh, I crouched and I tried to roll, but it didn't work. That's weird. It's got nice ass. Definitely has quite a suggestive design for the game. To the point where it's like, that's part of the reason I wasn't even as interested in playing it right away. Like, Wukong would definitely be something I would choose over that, because I feel like it's kind of like the Nier thing. It's like a little bit detractive from the point of the game, unless it's supposed to be like mentioned as like an actual concept or something. It's like, well, are we making a game? Like, I don't know. I don't know. It's kind of like how, well, I mean, maybe it's intentional. Maybe it's like the culture. I don't know. Code Vein had some moments in it where it was like super, super like cheesy, like anime cheesy, but like not the kind of anime that I like. And I was like, man, I don't care about the story anymore because these people are annoying. And it was unfortunate because I couldn't, like, I love the game. I love the gameplay, but I would rank it even higher if I could have gotten the story. Just there's no way, because it was like the exact opposite type of anime characters that I think are cool. It's more of like slice of life, like random generic type interactions, not like, oh, this is like Berserk or Attack on Titan, Steins Gate or something like that. Oh no. Where'd I get this cup? From Amazon. It's part of a Grail bottle, actually. Just like 2B, supposed to be the new sex symbol of gaming. They succeeded probably, but other than that, the gameplay is solid. Yeah, it's just, it's interesting. Like some things like that, unfortunately, like for example, let's say you made a game that was as good as this, but then you play as like a squirrel. Unfortunately, I can't like it as much. I'm gonna probably love it, but it will be ranked lower than a game that's objectively worse to play that has a cooler character as the protagonist, especially for written characters. And that's just my subjective spin on it. Like obviously some people will like the squirrel better or whatever. It's like the cat game that came out too, where you play as a cat. Imagine like that, but like a big title action game has that cat as the character. It's like not as cool, but that's just me though. I also do make a lot of like really weird characters that you guys don't like, so it's all fair game. And sometimes it is nice to play as like really weird things, but more so as a customizable point of view. I wonder if I could punish the recovery of that if I roll in the direction. Or if she's just gonna try to slip me anyways. Did challenge runs for Code Vein back in 2019. Been a hot minute since then. Oh yeah, it's been a while. Do I follow Marvel or at least the Avengers series? I haven't followed Marvel since, I think Shang-Chi was the last movie I saw in theaters that Marvel made that I can remember. I might be wrong, but that's one of the last ones I watched. And then, what else even came out after that? There's just been a lot of stuff that didn't look good at all. Like all the trailers were just terrible in my opinion. Like it was enough to not even be curious about anything they've made since around that time, except for maybe like one or two things. But I'm only saying that because I might forget about something that was in between that was good. I'd have to actually look at the map and see like what I missed. But yeah, like I like Marvel up until like Endgame slash, you know, maybe if we're looking at the non-Avengers characters, Shang-Chi was really good. Didn't mind that movie. It was actually better than I thought it was going to be. Guardians 3 was pretty good, despite, you know, the direction they took some of the other movies that Marvel's been making. I like Guardians 3. That might have been after Shang-Chi, actually. That one I did see in theaters. Okay, that would have been the last one then. Yeah, I think for me the peak was Triple Spider-Man. Like the Spider-Man 3 was the best, and that wasn't even like, that was a good movie. They could have made it even better. Like there's a lot of things they could do easily to make it better, but that might just be my opinion. The source material is infinite for like that kind of stuff. It's weird that they don't just copy comic books indefinitely until like the world ends, because they could, but they seem to want to like change the material so much into a direction that people don't end up caring about as much anyways. So whoever has the agenda to push whatever narratives they got technically ruined not only just Marvel, but Disney obviously is not the same being involved with it and all that. But yeah. Do you add pull-ups to your back workouts or just machines? I actually only do pull-ups and rows for my back workouts. I don't have access to machines at home. I haven't trained in a commercial gym for a little bit. But when I do go commercial gym, I still do pull-ups there as well. But there'll be a day where I'll do pull-downs sometimes. Or maybe I'll do a bit of both. But I definitely prefer pull-ups over anything for vertical, and then for horizontal, pen lay rows, or like isometric assisted rows with free weights are my favorite. Yeah, I think that like you don't need to do pull-ups. You could get a great physique and a lot of strength out of machines purely, like just only training machines for your whole life. It's probably the safest way to do it too. Problem is though, when you get in a situation where, like, let's say you have to be very stable, or you have to be flexible in a certain way, or you have to use like your body, you have to throw around your body weight in a certain way and control it, you might not be as coordinated with that or able to activate certain situations with your form, certain muscles, certain types of emphasis. I don't know, it's not really that big of a deal, but it's definitely something where if I had to choose one or the other, I'm definitely not going to choose a machine just because of the challenge. It's not nearly the same. But super nice for those days where you're like, hey, you know what, like, just want to keep it simple. And good enough for pros to particularly actually have a career off of just specifically training machines. Did I feat Shadow Tree Avatar? I did, yeah. So we have Matir, Romina, Leda, Radon, and Bale. And then we're done. Which it seems like a lot. I think that Leda, Radon, Bale, yes, bad. Matir and Romina, though, not too bad. We might be able to even... I don't know if Matir will be possible to access today, but we might be able to do that too. Or at least get to it. This could be done today. This is very possible. Radon will be a pain. it'll be like the actual definition of pain in the dictionary. Doctor Strange and Scarlet Witch, definitely the last good one. I hated that movie so much. It actually made me hate, like I disliked it so much that I wanted to leave during the movie, and I've never had that situation for a Marvel movie before. And also, not only that, it actually made me not want to watch the first Doctor Strange again. But that's just me though. I'm a little bit wild when it comes to that stuff. Yeah, it was such a bad effort for a movie, in my opinion. And it's sad because they spend so much money on it that like they could spend like way less money and make a better movie. So like what is the reason? And then it comes down to narrative agenda, creative control, like who actually gets the final decision on things. And if we were, you know, entrusting it with someone that knows source material properly and they know how to adapt it, there would never be a chance that any of this stuff could happen. It would be impossible. You'd just have like, you know, people be like, I'm not subjectively into this story or not, but there wouldn't be like crimes committed in the cinema of how they formulate the actual writing itself. Like it's so particularly formulated now that it's not really that hard to guess how they're going to make the movie. But again, the most successful things on this planet for media, movies, and music typically are things that are not that inspired, and also not the greatest, unfortunately. because they have the backing behind it. People will tolerate it. They'll pay for tickets. They'll put up with it for a while, but eventually it doesn't, in the end, hold true. So I think with Marvel now we have that point where people are starting to get tired of it, but people will put up with it and still buy tickets to a lot of things, unfortunately. And then some people have been kind of conditioned to like things that are actually like a business play. They're not really like creative or someone's dream, really, right? Felt that way during Rise of Skywalker, put you off Star Wars for good. I wasn't even a fan of Star Wars, and I remember I fell asleep in the, I don't know which one it was of the new movies. I went with a friend and fell asleep in the theaters. And there's only 2 times in my adult life ever that I felt fallen asleep in a movie theater, and it was that movie, one of the Star Wars ones, and then the Godzilla movie that came out with, like, I don't remember what it, like which one. It was like 2020 something, handful of years ago, maybe 21, 22. Fell asleep like before the halfway point of that one too. And I typically have a hard time falling asleep in movies in general. So yeah. And like even ones where I've been tired too, I've stayed awake because it's so good. It's like just the raw adrenaline of enjoying it, or just the excitement, like, will keep you engaged enough. Troubadour, I'm having a pretty good day. How are you? Has to do with the credit rolls lasting for half an hour and all the nonsense that bloats, such bloat and entrails. Yeah, that's definitely not nice too, having that long of a credits. Ant-Man and a couple shows like the Marvels actually lost hundreds of millions. Hopefully they change up. Oh yeah, like they are losing money for sure. Like, I'm not saying that it's successful. There are things that like they make money and people, again, they consume them longer term. But I just mean even in the beginning of when this started kind of, you know, going a weird direction, or even Marvel, for example, whatever the case, it's like there definitely was there was still people paying for tickets, right? Still showing up. So yeah, and also if there was no alternative, unfortunately, like if you didn't actually have good creative endeavors anymore, like they were just all manufactured a certain way, you wouldn't have a choice. So you probably would have people, there'd be less like money going through the industry, but people would still buy tickets, unfortunately, to the things that are not nearly as good. Just got to condition them slowly. Like the standard can shift to something completely different for sure. I'm not saying it will, just like you could probably make an experiment out of that over the course of like a couple decades or something. Good RNG. The only RNG that actually helps us a lot right here. That didn't even look like an attack. What is that? That's crazy. I like the effort. I do like the effort on her behalf. So I'm gonna have to die on purpose on this one, but we're trying to learn. So let's see if we can just like make this like a huge survival fight. I'll just heal up so we can get her to like almost dead, and then we'll see what the potential is there. Just don't want to frostbite her to death and actually ruin the run, so let's do one more big attack and then we'll leave it. Or, you know, we'll leave it at this point. Doesn't matter. It's enough. We've practiced enough. Better to be careful. I don't want to ruin the challenge. Nice. Villains that you can sympathize with and can place yourself in their shoes are the best in your opinion. Kind of anti-hero antagonists. Exactly. Yeah. 100%. Focusing on the wrong thing, we need badass villains like Magneto and Thanos. Well, the problem is, though, like, you have to think of it this way. The hero's call to action and the hero's tale itself, like, can't really be a story they use in a lot of cases nowadays because it's counter to the narrative of what society is, like, kind of trying to be pushed for. So it's like, you can't have heroic good examples of people that have certain values or integrity because it's like, we're actually trying to take away that stuff by the notion of how they've changed agendas of things, right? So the hero's story literally is a bad thing, I think, in the eyes of that narrative now. And so you're going to see less heroic things, less things that are wholesome, less things that humans want to see in stories that are traditional. And therefore you don't have as good of characters that have depth or relatability, anything. It's just going to be like random shit. They're going to pull a Concord on us. That's all I can say. We'll just use the word Concord as a verb in this situation. It's like enough said. You know, like imagine Spider-Man needs to have a suit that looks like a spider. It's like, no, we made Spider-Man blue actually, and then he doesn't have any spider webs on him, and he's not even wearing a mask. He actually just has like a hat on. It's like, that's stupid. But nope, Concord it. Let's force it to make sense. Let's just make it no other option. It has to make sense. But again, this is all creative, so it's like, at the same time, it's a cool discussion because there's not really a way that it has to be. It's just we've been shown better history. And now it's taking a change. Oh. That attack there, I think I need to like kind of get in the direction I'm heading to escape that part of it before she even lands. Like I need to already pick a direction, kind of know where she's going to go, set her up to be very close to. So maybe run away from her. Run away, roll back sideways, keep moving sideways, jump, circle back around, maybe get a hit. Hardest boss overall is still Millennia level 1. For you, yeah, that's interesting. So for me, I don't think that'll be the case, but I guess we'll see once we start doing runs of everything. Shadow doesn't affect Millennia. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, they don't affect the main game, right? But like Millennia, without a doubt, on level 1 is so much harder than with levels, so I understand that. Oh dude, why is it not easy to get the hit there? I just want to stagger. Just give me it. Nice. Get that too. Come back here. At least she has a pretty big stagger window. That's one redeeming quality. But this boss definitely, I understand, like... Oh god. I understand why people might think it's a little annoying on hitless already. Should probably rebuff Craig Blade or some of the buffs right there too. Oh, forgot that works really quickly. Pristine. Thank you so much for the 1 month. I appreciate that. You are a skeleton. For the first time in your feeble, cursed life, you have become a skeleton. Sorry. Just needed to do that. See, I channel all the rage for Romina into random speeches about people subbing. best strategy as a content creator. Romina is hard. So actually, it's funny. I don't find anything that's happened so far in the fight that crazy. Like, I'd say she's probably the beginning of where like the fights get a bit more tricky. If I had to make a tier list or something, maybe the end of like medium difficulty. But it's mainly just the shape of the character model. Like the attacks aren't even really bad. They're just, it's like the way they designed her model in conjunction with that is problematic. Even for like stuff like just what you saw right there, that's kind of tricky. Maybe I haven't gone far enough though to see how difficult it can get. I was thinking we're like 75% done this one at least, but I guess we'll see if that's true. That was the mistake I keep making. I gotta roll forward on that last part. Just gonna go to the washroom, guys. I'll be back in a minute. In the meantime, once again, if you want to catch up with other stuff I'm doing on the other channels, there is a music YouTube channel and a second gaming channel that has all the streams that are long form, all the parts of the runs that are worth putting up, basically in full. And then there's edited stuff on the main YouTube channel that you might be watching the stream on right now. But there's the socials command. There's also the Twitter for when I go live. And the Discord also does let you know when I go live too. Discord should be there, as well as the TikTok. I'll be right back. All right, round 2. Have I done Mesmer yet, Blue? I have actually, yeah. So the only thing that we have to do after this would be Eni or Aleem. So we have Leda and Radon, and then we got Matir, and we got Bale. And then we are complete for Remembrances, I'm pretty sure. Also, Darren, what's up, dude? How are you doing? KG, what's up? Also, yeah, we're going to use a rune arc on this now that we know what's going on. It's probably worth doing. The only challenge you've done for this game is no hit, KG. It's probably the only one you need to do after that point. You must be a tortured soul. Must need like a lifetime of rehab after that. Especially with the DLC. Oh, that was quick. First run through the DLC was level 1, no blessings, and you enjoyed every minute of the 4 hours he took you to kill. 4 hours for Romina or 4 hours for someone else? That's pretty good actually for this one. I'd say level 1, no blessings, blind with no information. It's pretty good for anything to be less than a day for a single fight, or even like multiple days would still be pretty normal. Defeated Radon at 4 a.m. Didn't go to work the next day. That's pretty crazy. Damn, dude. That's when you know you're serious. Like it's like, hey, we got a reunion for the family. It's like, can't go. Radon hitless. It's like, oh, you just got like the best job promotion of all time. Like, are you gonna accept the ceremony? Nope. Radon hitless. It's like, oh, you have your firstborn child. Nope. Radon hitless. It's like, oh, you just won the lottery at Radon hitless. 4 hours. Oh, for Mesmer. Okay. And Romina took 4 as well. That makes sense. I can see Romina and Mesmer taking a similar amount of time on this. I think they already are getting close. From what I can imagine it's going to take at this point, I think it'll be about the same. That's not bad, though. Like, Mesmer blind 4 hours. Level 1. Just trying to change the talisman, dude. We don't even need that, though. We can just do the rune arc. Maybe we only use a rune arc after an attempt that was good. Just so I don't use them every time, because there's probably going to be still some more stuff we have to do. Three days for Mesmer. Was that like a long time per day that you were playing? 18 hours with parrying and hitless for the fight. Incredible RNG. Until that. Really until that. It's quite nice. Went early because I was thinking we needed the spacing, but we don't. Not the same attack. So no more of that. Don't play for a day and stop everything. You play for a few hours and watch TV overall, but it would accumulate for 3 days, you'd imagine. Okay, interesting. So you like 3 hours at a time. Because that's the one mystery. Like if you were to, for example, be like a full-time content creator for this game and you mainly did full-time content and just streaming, those people would be playing 8 hours a day of this. So an 8-hour day for them, that's a day. For me, 8 hours would be like 2 to 3 potentially. For someone else, it might be 4 to 6, maybe even a month or something like that. You have 30 minutes at a time. At that point, this game's not a great game if you only have 30 minutes each time, but you could still do it for sure. So I always wonder what day would mean. Or maybe you're like super hardcore and you did like every waking hour possible. But that'd be impressive though. I think you get diminishing returns at some point there. Okay, yeah. Rolled back just to try to see if I could turn her around and then go backwards after, but shouldn't have been thinking of that. Why don't you wear the blue dancer charm in Lord of Blood's Exaltation? I don't have the Lord of Blood's Exaltation. I'm not sure where you get that. But blue dancer charm, mainly because I was doing a lot of charge attacks and I was trying to stack the damage on those, like a lot of the engagements are. So that was my reasoning behind that. I think if I took off this, the Viridian Amber Medallion, and I had a rune arc, like for example, we could use one. My stamina goes up anyway, so I could just switch this one for that. Then everything that I do is contributing to damage, so I'll try that out and see how that goes with a, what's it called? The rune arc. Lead with those fists. That makes sense. The thing is, the item you're talking about, I've only heard of. I've never actually found it as far as I know. Also, again, keep in mind, I'm not trying to do this the most optimal way. Like, there's tons of people that will suggest things for all of time. You'll probably never catch me doing anything the way you describe it unless, like, there's no other option, or it's like I'm trying to get, like, one of the craziest runs of all time. And there's not because you guys are making bad suggestions. I just don't listen to what people say usually, and I like to do it the way that I do it. And there's usually a benefit in it being harder, so if it's an advantage, then having the disadvantage is actually usually more preferable for me. Unless I really don't like something and it's more of an annoying thing that's in the way, and not like one of the major things I want to learn. Sometimes I'll just get tired and like take the easy method after learning as much as I can too, but it's not as common. I usually like to do it a particular way. And yeah, by no means does that have to make sense or be logical to you. I understand if it's not. But it works though. Ooh. Don't you have pretty much all the base game talismans? I actually don't, but I can check and see. Maybe it's in the save file and I didn't even notice because I don't know what it looks like. I'm not even sure what I'm looking for. Other than the name you mentioned, now that I know the name, you can see. Oh, we do have it. Nice. Okay, there we go. Let's try it. I guess I'll switch it for... Okay, now here's the interesting part. It's like, what do we want to get rid of? Because this is already pretty good. So we're only going to get 1 bleed in the entire fight. Maybe 2. We might be able to get 2. I'm thinking 1, though, for the way it's going. So... Oh, but damage increases after the bleed proc, so I think people were saying that the last time we talked about the talisman, so maybe there's a reason to use it outside of that. Yeah, so I guess, okay, I had it. This file, again, was given to me, so I had no idea. I didn't think I had every base game talisman, though. Is there only that many? Like, that inventory I showed you was all of the talismans in the game outside DLC? Play the game with no armor because you... Wait. Those talismans will never miss, that's why you asked. You'll never miss those ones, you'll always use them. Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, I understand if it's annoying for anyone to not see the most optimal of everything all the time, like no matter what. But again, there's a disadvantage to that, in my opinion, for what we're trying to achieve here as well. But there's a fine line of it being ridiculous to do fists only level 1 as the first encounter level 1, right? So I'm not going to go that crazy yet. But it is an advantage. If you could do it fists only level 1, then you're really good. You couldn't really get much better than that, in my opinion. I think there's an illusion, though, sometimes. Like, you could think you're good by playing the methods that are easy, but they're not necessarily good enough to survive for a long time. A level 1 run can be done, but you have to invest 2 hours in that boss to learn how it moves. Over time, your brain progresses in the background. I don't have all the talismans, so I guess they picked whatever made sense for the bounty run that this file was based off of. Because I think one of the rules was nothing can be picked up from the DLC ahead of time. Like, it actually has to be that you start at the beginning of the DLC only with base game stuff. And I noticed the base game map, it's like only open a little bit. I think I did more of it just to get the Starfists. So there's probably some areas with talismans that they couldn't have grabbed, now that I think about it. Okay, if she jumps after this, this is really good. Liking this one so far. Where are you going? Just, okay, to clarify for anyone that knows the answer, can you iframe the explosion of the butterflies inside of them without clearing it, or do you have to actually clear it completely? Distortion added anything you could possibly use from the base game. And anything you'd want to use? Okay, that makes sense. Gonna say, how come you don't use Alexander's shard, but you don't focus on skill, it looks like? Yeah, for the Ash of War, Craigblade, I'm only using it to buff the weapon, right? And I don't think Alexander's Shard works on Craigblade. If it does, that's amazing. But I don't think it does, though. Screwed that up major. Yeah, forgot, because she's gonna instantly do that. I thought she had one more attack for some reason. Sometimes you're way slower, sometimes you're faster. Yeah, that's fair, that makes sense. The problem is, though, like, think of it this way. If you're looking at something that someone practiced to do a certain way, not the first time they interpreted it, then are you actually slower? Is that even possible? Because, like, if I looked at the first time everyone did the DLC and I used that as a reference, it's going to kind of even out where most people that are pretty good are probably going to struggle on things I didn't as much, and vice versa. Whereas if you're comparing yourself to someone that practiced like hundreds of more hours than you did before you get to that point, it's not an actual parallel comparison of being slower or faster at that point. It's total accumulated time and all the runs that you've done at that point, which might not even be close. Okay, we'll still practice this one. Might as well see if we can get maybe 2 more heavy attacks. Well, maybe 1 is phase transition. Oh, maybe I get 2. Okay, I can't stagger again, unfortunately. It looked like she was kind of trying to get off the wall there, and then she was actually attacking while moving. So that was that was a really trippy one because it didn't look like there was going to be an attack for a while. So maybe did she hide the Q inside the wall, or did I just not like notice? Because yeah, that tail one that slams down overhead seems to be something that's really hard to read in certain scenarios. That caught you off guard too. Yeah, like it almost didn't feel like she was attacking at that distance even. It was almost like she would just have to move towards me first, but maybe the head of the centipede was in the wall. I don't know. I couldn't really notice anything there. I've been pretty good at getting that one down before. Good enough. Craigblade again. And we're chilling. Yeah, she can hide it in the wall a little bit. It's a little buggy. No pun intended. I don't know where you exist on that. Like, I must be going into a direction that's not as ideal. I'm trying to, like, preemptively choose left or right, head that direction ahead of time, and keep going there and jump, and it doesn't seem like there's enough area to exist after that. So I must have to, like, switch the side I'm doing. Maybe it tracks, like, bias to the left or right based on how you were running before that. I don't know. You haven't thought of using Flame Grant Me Strength, Fire Spirit with Godry Icon? Doug, maybe try this build. It works fine for staggers. So the thing is, I'm definitely not using a different build to beat this right now, but I can take the recommendations you're mentioning for the future for sure, because I definitely want to try more things in the game. But like I said before, like I probably won't be changing anything from what you see too much right now. Part of it's just because that's how I am, but then also, like, there's actually an advantage in not doing as much damage right now. I want to be pretty much where we are. This is a good sweet spot to learn. To have a lot of scenarios happen that wouldn't always happen, but then still be able to get the most out of it. And then if we're skipping all those scenarios, unfortunately, I'm not learning anything. So it's like a certain amount of stuff I need to still see. I appreciate all the input, though. I think we're actually I'm doing a bit better than I thought I was going to do on this fight. So as much as you guys are trying to help, like, by no means is this like a big scenario or something that's going wrong. It's actually going really good. But I'm trying to just focus on getting it done now. I think every single thing she can do in general is accounted for, except for just the specifics of how the butterflies appear after that dive bomb. Like, I don't know if maybe I'm not quick enough or something, or if it's actually a bad decision being made with placement. Might even be better to, like, go the opposite direction of her and see if, like, lengthwise it disappears. Like, there's not an infinite, like, vertical line of them or something. Seems like it makes more sense. Yeah, going pretty far away does seem to help a little bit. And there's the fight. GG. Not bad. That's so funny. Rune's Hell that goes exactly from 0 to 380,000. All right, so got Romina down. Nice. Just hit the 4-hour mark, so that's not too bad. 2 bosses for 4 hours on this run is nice. Even though technically Putress and I did put like an hour into him, I think the last time. Maybe half. No, we put in 20 minutes to him. Sorry, my bad. 20 minutes to 30 minutes or so. So, okay, now we're going to have to go to... I don't even know like what would be the best thing to do next. It's like we could start the Materia quest line. We could do Bale. Anyone have a recommendation? Like, should I go do Leda and then get to Radahn now, maybe? Trying to think of like what makes sense. How much are you looking forward to a new FromSoft game? Oh, I'm always looking forward to anything they make. I think that until they do something that's very different than, I guess, their style, and it's like just in a territory that I'm not into as much, I'm gonna give every single thing a chance regardless. And I'm just excited to see more of what they're doing with this kind of stuff, like the action games. It's impressive how much damage you do on level 1. Is it a combination of different buffs? There's buffs, and then also the weapon is pretty good. I'm getting Bleed and Frostbite as a status effect, and on top of that I have Shadow Blessing level 13. So everything combined. And I think there's still people doing more damage without blessings on level 1. Materia, you think Materia would be better? You like Bale, but how many dragons do you want to kill beforehand? I don't mind going and doing Bale now. I'm trying to think of how I get to Bale, though. If Materia is done. Materia hasn't been done yet, no. But Materia's not that hard, though, in my opinion. Like, I find it fairly doable. How do I get to Bale from here? I think it was it this way? Did we do it already, technically? Yeah, because there's the big dragon right here. Ancient Dragon Man Cave. I can't remember where that is. Okay, I'm gonna actually just look it up because I think that I shouldn't be relying on chat. I know that you guys like could give me the instruction, but we tried this before and it ended up taking a long time, so I learned my lesson. Let me just see where we get started for it. Okay, so I think I got the pathway to his cave. Did that. Dragon's Pit. Maybe not. Wait, was it supposed to be here? Well, I think what happened is I went this way and then I found a different area instead. The way this person made this is way too fast. Oh my god. It's probably is like what it is to learn a hitless run and then watch one of my videos that's not actually a guide. It's pretty crazy. It's right where your cursor is. Yeah, the thing is, like, that's still not specifically... I don't think you can run... Like, I don't want to guess. I want to be pretty accurate with it, so... Don't know if the general area is good enough. I think I need to... Okay, the path is right there. Goes through there, and then we get to... I just need to see where the actual cave exists. Okay, we'll try. You can see the road leading to it on the map, like right here, right? This guy. Devil's Advocate, thank you for the raid, dude. I appreciate it. You can just go south from him specifically. You don't have to go here. This is where the video showed. Like, I believe you. I just the only problem I have now is that, like, when usually I try to take instruction from chat, and then, like, no one's wrong necessarily, but we all have, like, a slightly different way of explaining it, and then I can't interpret what you're saying because I need to be given instructions very particularly to be able to do them. I think it's right here though, right? Or is this the pillar? Oh, I don't think I actually went in here before. Suppressing pillar, yeah. So, oh, that's pretty cool. Okay, I was trying to figure out where this was. Didn't find it in the first playthrough, from what I can remember. So then that means, yeah, so this actually isn't where he is. He's in a different spot still. Drops down, go east a bit. It's going pretty good, Devil. How are you doing, dude? How was your stream? We don't really have anything over here either. Should drop down on a road. Let me see. I see something way down there. Okay, wait, I think we already went through here before. We already did the path to get there. I just maybe didn't get a grace that I needed to that was kind of close because we went somewhere else after. Yeah, we've been down in that area, I'm pretty sure. If it's like you have to go all the way down, kind of like to the level of where Cerulean is. Not east, that's fake news. At the start of the road, go right. Okay, I'm gonna actually, instead of any of this, again, I'm just gonna watch more, like a different video, because that one wasn't that good. Okay, this one sucks too. This is already starting from the point where he's already at him. That's what is going on there. Okay, so it's supposed to be west, I guess? Southwest? Nice. Okay, I think I know where we go. Devil, it's going pretty good, dude. I would say that there's some things on this that were a little bit slower than they needed to be, but it's probably mainly the lion, like the first boss that we did. Other than that, I'm very happy with the results. And we're getting closer to the end. I think we're around... if I had to guess percentage-wise, at like the last 20% of it, mainly. Man, that bird is so fast. Reminds me of the dudes in Donkey Kong Country. The ostrich people. Do I have to kill Ancient Dragon Man? Oh man, is there a Statue of America over here? Dead. Yep. Verdun is the last 99%, you think so? Dancing Lion was tough, yeah. Yeah, he was very tough. Trying to do a hitless run. So basically this run is just going through level 1, and then every boss fight to be completed, I have to do a damage list, so purely damageless fights, but areas don't really matter. Deaths and all that. Liam, welcome back, dude. Yeah, so I need to also learn how to find the areas for this. I think that... So Romina, definitely remember how to do that now. That's fine. Actually, I kind of figured that out myself to a degree. Like, I think I remembered the general path, but that one's not going to be too hard to remember. Matir is definitely going to require... Like, I'm going to have to, like, really solidify the information now so I can remember how to set up Matir next time. I think third time's the charm for everything that's not super in front of your face on this one. I think that's how many times it took me to learn the, like, how to access most of the base game. It's like 3 times. Bubble tier? I could use some different tiers for this one, for sure. Why is he still chasing? I think Ancient Dragon Man can be killed pretty easily if I don't have another enemy with me trying to kill me here. It's a scary sound. That sounds like it's from a different game. Why not take it? It grants a chance. So Doug, the thing is, just because you tell me to do things, I'm just not going to do that. I don't do what people tell me to do typically. Like, that's like one thing that's just consistent throughout whatever. It's like, unless I actually have no choice, I probably won't do it. And it's no disrespect to you. It's literally just because, like, when it comes down to things that are elective, like, I have a particular preference. And it doesn't matter if it's less optimal, more optimal. That's the way I like to enjoy it. And like I said, pretty easy to kill. Don't need the tier. I just need to not be chased by the other enemy. But yeah, just don't take it personally. Like, I just don't want people trying so hard to try to suggest something, thinking that I'm going to actually listen. Because there's a huge chance I won't, but I'm warning you with that ahead of time just in case. Because there will be times I do, and there will be times, like, no matter what, I probably take the information and still remember it. It's just... that's not the priority for me at the moment. And it might not make sense, but that's how we roll. It's what I like to do. I'm gonna jump through here and die? What? I didn't die. Wow, okay. What? And we're in there, I think. Pretty sure I just have to fall right here, right? It's a good idea. If you don't want it, it's cool. You're not judging. Just trying to give recommendations. Oh, of course, yeah, and it makes sense. I would expect most people to make recommendations. I would even do that for somebody if I knew it would help them. But like, unless I'm in like a rush maybe to like really get this done, which we're not in like a crazy rush or anything. It's going pretty good. Then I think we're doing okay. It's not too bad. Oh, rip. Wonder how quickly it would be to stagger him. Is Romina done block time? And Romina is dead, yeah. confused about the pathing for everything in the DLC, but this season of Bingo Brawlers has helped you wrap your head around it. Yeah, I think that's probably going to be a good thing to look into, even for me after this. Like something, some run or something that has like the way you do the typical setup on it. So I'm not sure what the meta is for the DLC, or if there even is a single one.
So the world might be mended.
Actually, I don't even know what the meta for the main game is at this point. I don't know what the meta for anything is.
You got this down, man.
Who needs it? Crocodilinus, thank you so much for the 40 months. Welcome back, dude. How have you been? I thought I could just like kind of walk up and do a charge attack, and then maybe he would swing later, but he didn't. No one ever expects the double Dragon Man. I was wondering why they did that twice on this part. Try and level 1 as well, and you're very bad at the game. Don't know. Kind of rush. Never done level 1 first time. I wish you the best of luck with it if you're trying it for the first time. That's amazing. It's worth doing. It can be extremely fun, but it could also be a test of like how badly you actually want to do it as an activity, because you're gonna have to put in some time for sure. It's basically gonna be the same as like someone's first playthrough on the main game in hours for sure. Like, you know, a good 50 hours or more in some cases. But if you can do it in less than that, like that's awesome. I mean, the goal eventually is to do this whole thing, all of what we just did in like an hour or less, but we'll get there though. There's the bleed. He's doing a bite on that. Interesting. It was all just as a trick. Oh, I tried to roll the other direction, but because of the way that we were facing in the lock-on, it made me go that way. And then it ended up, he kind of like dead angled into that direction. That was crazy. Never knew the running attack was good. It has pretty good stagger, yeah. It's been fun. You've beaten a lot of main bosses in the game. Already did Mesmer, Gaius, and Shadow Tree, but now Romina is getting annoying. How long have you been on her for? Also, I think that I know it's something that people don't typically say. Like they usually probably hate on particular bosses, and there's like a agreed upon list of bosses that are largely not enjoyed. But I really liked Romina. I think I like Romina more now than I did when I first played the game, because I kind of understand it. Even like Putrescent too. I like Putrescent more than I did before. Don't love them, but like they're well, actually no, Romina like is actually pretty damn good. It's hard to say design wise great. Arena's pretty good, but I guess we'll see if that changes over time. Oh, he went for a bigger bite there, it looked like. Or maybe I'm just misremembering the timing. That seemed like it ended sooner before. You like her design, but don't fight her in the morning. Lens flares will happen. Oh no. Booze Cruiser, welcome back, dude. I'm doing good. How are you? Maddie, what's up? How are you doing? Give me that stagger. Oh, we went for another. Nice. When you posted Bale, you'd say it's your most toxic video? Like just for the commentary on it or something? Piss you off because of the hitbox? Really interesting. I haven't seen any videos of anyone do fights in this game that aren't like a full run where they've talked in them either. Like a lot of people post stuff like just doing fights without actually saying anything. Not even attempted on the DLC. You haven't even attempted to play it, but watching it gives you PTSD. That means they did a good job. Also, I hope you enjoy it when you do play it. Oh, we can stab like pretty quickly out of that. Okay, interesting. Nice. Trogdor. Trogdor was a man. He was actually a dragon man. Trogdor. I actually really enjoyed playing that song on guitar, like in real life. Sadly, that was a pretty bad song actually, now that I think about it. Commentary was toxic, your fight was toxic, and you don't do summons when you tried summoning Egon after Bale. At around 10% health? Oh, okay, I see. I'm glad you did it, though. Congratulations. If you can do that, then I don't see a problem with anything else in the game, because he was pretty hard for me on the first playthrough. And I assumed he'd be the second hardest on this whole run, or at least like pretty close, right? Even though he's not a Remembrance. Definitely the hardest non-Remembrance boss that I can think of. Because, like, what else do we have at that point? There we go, he's dead. Bye-bye, Dragon Man. Oh, we got the katana now. Nice. So I think I can actually use that if I... Oh, wait, can you use it by default? No way. There's no way that's a level 1 weapon, dude. Oh, wait, because the rune, though. The rune and the sword seal is already on, so I have the requirements based on those two things. Nice, nice. So we're going to definitely upgrade this. 100%. Been waiting for this one. Oh, I don't want to return to the entrance, do I? How many remembrances do I have left on this? Other than Bale, we have Matir. We have Radon, and I think that's it. Radon and Matir. Does the save file have access to Raptors of the Mist? Without outspacing her laser attack, it's undodgeable. Outspacing the laser attack. So the laser attack, when I had it happen on the first playthrough, I didn't get hit by it like on one of the attempts, and it was really easy to just walk around. So is that what you mean by outspacing it? Like, it's not guaranteed gonna kill me. It's just mainly hard to do, is what you're saying? Because I'll totally get it if it's an undodgeable attack, but from what I understood, I'm pretty sure I survived it without even knowing how to maneuver it, other than just like looking at the ground and walking where there was no magic. So I thought it was pretty simple, but I don't know. Then again, the butterfly thing on Romina was kind of annoying on that fight, so I understand. We got to go down here, right? I guess we'll try to get to Sanisax, kill him, and then I'll worry about the dragon katana. I think killing him might be kind of annoying too, just because survivability. You can run far enough away that it won't reach you. Pretty sure one of the lasers covers all the way up to the center AoE, meaning you can't just walk under it. I thought you can walk in between where the lasers are and the circle, though. Like, do they cross over randomly or something? Maybe I got lucky. Like, I walked around the outside of the middle thing and didn't get hit, from what I can remember. Oh, the second one. The first one, you can't. Okay, my bad. So, okay, wait. Why does Raptors of the Mist allow you to avoid that? Is that something you can use to evade the attack completely? Okay. All right, let's get this Dragon Katana upgraded. I guess we'll figure that out once we get to Matir. I might have to grab the Raptors thing you're talking about and do all that. So how much damage is this thing gonna do? Ooh, almost carried over another weapon there. Actually, even better question: what is a good Ash of War to put on the Dragon Katana? Or maybe you can't. Never mind. Doesn't look like it's even on the list. Unless, wait, am I not reading this properly? No, it's not there. What? As a unique Ash of War. All right, well, I'll take that then. We got how much damage? 604 one-handed. If no access to Raptors of the Mist, Indomitable Vow works too, really. And if I had neither of those, I have to, like, there's no way to do it damageless. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we have to pass through this area anyways. I'm gonna... It's a bird. Okay, never mind. I was like, why is there a thing sitting there? Yeah, I think we have to go behind where these guys are. Dragon Katana is the best thing to use on Bale. It kind of makes sense that they put it there then. It's almost like they wanted you to learn that. Yeah, I'll try it though. I'll see how it is. I was actually hoping this whole run to get this weapon so I could play like a decent amount of the DLC with it, but then I guess the way we arranged it, I should have gone here first instead. Because I wanted to use it on the first playthrough, and I don't think I remembered to. Man, compared to the Lies of Peace section with the boulders, oh my god, that's so much better. I was gonna say, like, they could have made it really bad at that point. The run back would have been infuriating. Cool. Just to clarify too, like, this is exactly the same as Fortisax, or is Sanisax still different than Fortisax and the other dragon from the main game. Because I swear to God, that's that was a weird scenario. Maybe I didn't do that properly. I don't know. This one might be problematic just based on. I don't actually know if it's different than Fortisax. If it is, yeah, that's a little bit weird. And then I guess we actually have to have the Rune Arc to be able to use this weapon. So I'm gonna go back to fists as well. Although I don't know if dragons can bleed. So that's one particular question mark there. His lightning spreads horribly. Is it different than how Fortisax has it? She's a bit different? Okay, I see. Yeah, we'll try, I guess we'll try Torrent or something like that. I think I did this one on foot last time. Dead? Not dead. Dead. Toughest DLC boss right here. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's gonna be too bad for me, but I'm definitely not good at Fortisax by default. Like, that was one of the things that I mean, I think I killed him a couple different ways, but there's one way of doing it that's I'm pretty bad at. Not sure if it applies to this, though. Crocodilus, your upper right forearm hurts when you pick up even 1 pound over a month now? Really? Did you get it checked out at all? Like, do you know what the issue is? Maybe repetitive strain on the tendons connecting into, like, your inner elbow? Would be the most likely case. If it's not direct impact or a tear or some sort of thing that was from like actual activity, but more so just like light use, you might have somehow had repetitive strain there. But yeah, I'm wondering what. Hopefully, it's not anything more serious. But my guess would be it's not actually like the muscle belly. It'd probably be like tendon, ligament, possibly even. Maybe probably not. No. Yeah, I don't know. Does it feel like it's deep, like very, very deep inside your arm, and like closer to the elbow than farther away, or like the pain starts at the inner elbow? His iframes the lightning speed. Gonna fight this guy? I think I have to, don't I? Or can we run by? If we don't have to fight this, then I'm not going to do it. I thought we did, though. I was 100% certain we did. Oh, he's optional. Okay, never mind. So then where do we go? We just run by? That's kind of embarrassing. On the first playthrough, I genuinely thought you had to kill him. Closer to the elbow, but mostly in the upper forearm muscle. Interesting. I'm sorry to hear that. I want to know when you get the x-ray back what they said. Is there anything you were doing before realizing the pain from it? Like the last thing you remember doing where it was normal? Or did it kind of like grow slowly over time, maybe? I think I died to the lightning in this area one time. Santa Sax is the hardest fight in the DLC, you think so? He didn't take me too long to kill, first time. Where are we going here? Is this even progress? I don't think it is. I remember this from before, too. What's even over here? Oh, Ancient Dragon Smithing Stone, okay. This is the way. 'Cause I'm like, you definitely have to go up here, 100%. You have a neck injury that presses on a nerve, you take gabapentin to stop the muscle on your right forearm. Presses on nerve, you take gabapentin to stop the muscle on your right forearm. Stop firing. Aim is sharp and constant, but hasn't been this bad before. Oh, okay. Yeah, let me know what the deal is on that. And also, I wish you like the most speedy, quickest recovery possible. Hopefully, this is a good distraction. I mean, the pain that I suffer on bail might not be comparable to that, but maybe maybe you can laugh at me. And I guess now we can switch back to Dragon Katana. You know what? I'll wait until we learn the fight a little bit, though. Because I don't want to waste the rune arcs right away. You like Bale, but you also hate him, too? For me, he did frustrate me a little bit first playthrough. Just a tiny bit. But that's the kind of stuff that you end up appreciating later anyways, right? Like, if you don't get a little bit pissed off by it, like just the tiniest bit, it's like, it probably isn't that hard. Or maybe, like, you just, like, again, Radon for me didn't piss me off as much as I thought it would. Because I just love him. But that's just me enjoying it that much. What do we got here? I don't remember the moveset. You're going to want to hit him in the head a lot, I know that. It's the grab. Okay, you can do a swipe like that as well. You hope I feel better too. I feel good. I'm good. Don't even worry about me if you're talking to me, at least. Oh man. Okay. Let's do that again. Curse Blade mask obtainable in DLC gives 5 dex. Ooh, that's a really good way of doing it. If that mask is pretty simple to get, I might grab it. But again, the rune arcs don't matter yet. Like they'll matter later in the fight. Well, I don't know why I did that. Again, it also might be better just for a refresher on him to not actually try to kill him right away. Because I don't think like going in without knowing the combos and everything for his regular melee is probably the biggest problem right away, and then all the flying and the fire and everything's pretty simple for now. So I'm just gonna go in there. Stagger might be a little tricky, so oh, that was cool. I don't think anyone was expecting that one. That's pretty awesome, dude. Casually strafing in and just like, he misses me. So you can just walk into that. Maybe I stopped at the exact point that wouldn't kill you, though. Like, that could have been super lucky. Who knows? I rolled, but okay. Maybe he just pinned me on that. Can be a little frustrating to farm it. Oh, you have to farm it. It's not a guaranteed drop. That sucks. Has a nasty hitbox. Yeah, it lasts for a long time. such a huge amount of content that no one's really impatient for the next Miyazaki masterpiece. Surprisingly, though, even though you said that, I've been asked so many times what I expect from the next game and if I'm excited for it or if I know what it is. So you're right, but at the same time, some people still need to know what the next game is a month after this comes out, or like as soon as they beat it, they need to know what the next game is, right? Don't kill him too quickly. If I killed him right now, I'm gifting somebody a tier 3 sub, like on this attempt. Someone gets a tier 3. Okay, that makes sense. Lore movie of Bale and Placidusax, that'd be cool. I think that Bonfire of VN or Garden of Eyes, one of those two channels, made a video of Bale versus Placidusax, and it was actually pretty interesting. I didn't watch the whole thing, but even just the little bit that I saw, probably the closest thing to a movie about them that you could really make, other than just no commentary or anything. Tier 3 gone. Yeah, rip tier 3. It's over. Someone doesn't get to have an extra emote that's not even that good. Uh-oh. No way. That's what we call early stagger there. Nice. That was a really good dead angle I got. Just kind of guessing. He's already phase 2. I don't know if that was the first part of it didn't kill me. Something after that killed me. You'd pay to watch lore of these bosses? I know some people that are definitely going to be making some very good lore videos in the future, so if you ever need any recommendations, I can do my best to point you in the direction. Playing DS1 on Switch. Is the Switch version much worse, or is it tolerable? I've heard that it's kind of bad with the sound quality, particularly like the actual Switch itself doesn't sound good on it. Maybe if you hook it up to a TV, it's fine. I don't know. Peeve was saying the audio on it is terrible. Like more noticeably bad than it's supposed to be. Which is a very weird critique because I've never heard someone say a game they've made like the audio is the problem. I know the frame rate is still 30, but yeah, that's the only thing that stood out when people were talking about it. Okay, so I have some more time on that too. I might even be able to do a like a heavy attack charged or even regular, and then get more time for the next one there. So watch why the battle happened. Yeah, of course, I understand that. Just I remember that there is a video where they're actually fighting each other, and it's pretty cinematic as well. Which is the closest thing I could think of, but I'm sure Body will make a video or somebody will make like a story video on it and then have some free cam footage and in-engine gameplay, all that. Whoa. Has to come from FromSoft, I see. Man, if FromSoft made backstory related products or content, that'd be really funny. It would almost be like the end of their demise. It would be like, or sorry, it would be like the nail in the coffin for them
might be mended.
that they don't even know about. It's like, oh, like the only reason people like the game is because you didn't tell us like what the hell you were talking about. Damn. The clarity has made everybody just not want to play it anymore. Can't see anything. Wombat, thank you so much for the 2 months. Welcome back, dude. Nice. What's going on, John? How are you doing, dude? Like FromSoft, but you always worry that their president Miyazaki has gone mad with power and become an international supervillain. You probably could at this point. They had the most successful time with this title, but it's also like it kind of broke records as far as I know. I'm pretty sure it's a multi-billion-dollar profit for them or something. It's like billions of dollars they made from this one, so it's definitely above the standard of what they normally do. They'd usually do like hundreds of millions, and then I think even Armored Core only did millions. Maybe tens of millions or something like that at the most, like low tens, but very different scope with this one. So maybe he could become an international supervillain. Depends on how much of their total total permissions and privileges that they got taken away in real life from Tencent. If Tencent literally like tells them when to go to bed and stuff like that and what to eat, then maybe we're screwed. Who knows? We won't see supervillain Miyazaki then. 3 million as of July 2024. That makes sense, because yeah, the amount of people it appealed to is millions in terms of audience. With this one, it was a lot more, for sure. Oh, damn it. What's going on, Donnie? How are you doing, dude? You caught me on an interesting occasion, but I appreciate that you're here. Main anxiety is that he'll try to turn the world into a Soulsborne like hell for the population. That's so funny. Oh my god, I wonder how that would work. I like that angle for the dodge there. Oh, damn it. Don't you dare approach Miyazaki the kind. He'll mutate a bunch of animals. I think it'll have to do with the water supply. He's going to turn people into hollows first. He's going to like basically cause the apocalypse and then rebuild society with some humans and then make them the chosen undead and tarnished and everything. And then us remaining zombies will be the bosses and the regular enemies. But he's going to have to make us, he's going to have to manipulate our DNA to make us survive like nuclear fallout, apocalyptic conditions and stuff like that, so that we can become the enemies. Because if we can't survive anything like that, then we're not going to be around. But if he can keep us alive to be able to be like mutants, then yeah, for sure. Be looking like Victor from Liza P. You're being a little bit too optimistic of what he'd be capable of. Give me a short rundown of how you can even try to do this level 1, Donnie. You just have to not get damaged too much, but the version that I'm doing, like eventually the boss fights, by the time I actually get the knowledge I need and I actually progress each boss, I do have to kill them without taking damage. So mine's a little bit different, but not super different from doing it level 1, since you do die really quickly on level 1 anyway. So mainly just learning how to do the boss fights very well. It's the only requirement. There's many different ways you can do that. Obviously there's different items you can use to make it easier or harder, but our version's mainly just get very mechanically good at the fights and somewhat consistent to be able to do this. Unfortunately, there's no way to actually be like really good just by doing this run. Like I'd have to not only just do this, but then the next thing would be then running drills of just the save files over and over with particular methods and different types of layouts. Then I can actually get like consistently good, but to be good enough to do this right now isn't too much of a stretch from like just actually winning at level 1. I would say like it's maybe like 30 to 50% harder or something like that. Nothing insane. But then actually being good from this point is probably 150 to 200% harder or something like that. But we'll definitely get there. It'll all happen. I didn't want to do that attack. Okay. So no OP weapon. I don't know if it really is a way of even putting it, because OP in this game can be anything. From what I understand, there's like dozens of different things that are all really good. So my weapon I'm using is good in my opinion, but then again, I've seen other people do more damage without blessings, so obviously they have a better setup. And then people in chat keep telling me to change stuff, so it's probably not the best, but it's definitely not even close to the worst. It has to be pretty good. Otherwise, how am I doing it, right? So I don't know if OP is even really the same thing as it used to be, because there's no meta anymore. It's like there's just mainly many different things you can do that are all just as feasible depending on how much time you put in. When you did level 1, use bubble tier, allowed you to take a hit. Yeah, so that wouldn't even apply anyways. The bubble tier wouldn't be allowed. But if I could if I'm just doing level 1 normally, I would probably use the bubble tier, and even maybe even armor for certain things too. Again, it would only help with like surviving an attack that would have killed me anyways. It wouldn't actually let me survive everything, but just particular things that are good. There is no such weapon. Apparently, oh, I forget what, it's like a hammer of some sort that's really good. Anvil hammer or something like that. It's pretty insane. That's what we were talking about before. 1, 2, oh, I thought that, I literally thought the damage was 1, 2, 3 on that. That's funny. Oh no. I can't even speak anymore, dude. Elden wrong English. Elden wrong word. Every time he does that, I think he's gonna step back because the animation to backpedal is similar. So I gotta be looking at a different part of his body, obviously, since he does do a backstep animation as well. Starfists are situationally great, but for some bosses they can be an issue. I think it's anybody that you can't bleed, right? It's mainly that's the advantage of them, is they have the bleed on top of it, so there's no point of even trying to stack bleed if they're unbleedable. You might as well have more physical damage, right? Could not see on that one. Mid-roll with Starfists lets you be a bit more precise. Yes, that definitely is a thing. Unfortunately, from what I found, the DLC, it's easier to be light rolling in most scenarios, like majority of the time. But there is certain things that I missed from the first playthrough, where on the original character we were medium rolling a lot of the time, and it was easier to place yourself because you have shorter travel, but at the cost of needing the longer travel for preemptive spacing on, you know, really, really weird things like Radon and other fights. Fail with mid, you would not recommend. Understand that. Every time he does that, I just can't see it. Maybe I'm also putting too much value on the hand that has the weapon. or the wing that has the weapon. So maybe I should just think he's going to do that every time, and then whenever he does the other one, I most likely will have an extra, you know, quarter second or whatever to react anyways, because it's a slower startup with the other wing that he's got. I think that attack right there, other than the bite he does close range, is the quickest animation there is right now. Can't see. Okay. Nice. I knew he was doing that, but I already had attacked. Damn it. Use the Great Katana for Bale and Radon because the Starfist would whiff too often at level 1, right? Yeah, so the thing with the Katana is that I am going to be using it on this fight, just not yet, because I don't want to waste the rune arcs, which I need to be using to meet requirements to wield it, unfortunately. So gonna wait till we're actually pretty good, then we'll do it, because I'm not even close to actually being consistent on the information side of surviving this fight, not even attacking him, but just surviving, unfortunately. So we're gonna get there. We can get to that step today, that'd be incredible, because I'm gonna be done soon, so that would be really good. If we kill him, that's probably not gonna happen, but that's incredible. And if we kill him and get to the next thing, then I might still give somebody a tier 3 sub, because that means we would be doing it within the next like 10-15 minutes or something. Yeah, just to save enough rune arcs for Radon, I probably should be careful with them and only use maybe like a dozen or something like that. Backhand, nice. One other thing too, I think with Bale, it's a bit different. I didn't kill him this way on the first playthrough, so I'm actually having to relearn him as if, like, maybe some of the things I'm like, yeah, I know that attack, but like the actual back and forth engagement, the most common situations you're going to be in, I've never actually dealt with from that perspective. Like, I didn't have to dodge a lot of those attacks because they'd miss me, but then at the cost of having really janky engagement with the body. So I think that the head method is going to add a little bit of a layer of difficulty to this that wasn't there before, just because of like it being new. But after I get it down, it'll be good. Okay, I went too early on that one this time. Favorite boss in DS2? Favorite? I like King's Pets specifically the most. Yeah, what about you? You killed Bale 6th try, nice. That's incredible. His head was too small. His head is unfortunately a little bit too small still, even though he's a big boy. I don't like the way the animation works on that arm attack at all, unfortunately. I could just be a baby about it. Yo, that's crazy that like that hit behind his head. What? I didn't touch anything there. Yeah, I was gonna say, I really don't like the animation, or like the way that the pacing of the animation plays out for that opposite attack. Sir Alone. Oh man, Sir Alone is really cool too. The only thing with Sir Alone, unfortunately for me, is that like after you fought him a lot of times, he can become way less exciting very quickly, whereas King's Pets have always been pretty much the same for me. They've stayed consistently a challenge and fun, and just like the build up to the area to get there is crazy. Radon, both versions. Dragon Halberd. Oh, what do you have to do to use that on level 1? What's the requirement? Oh, excuse me. Oh, also again, Wombat, dude, I think I said thank you for the 2 months while I was in the fight. I appreciate you using your Prime here too. Thank you for deciding to use your Prime on me. Sword Seal and two-hand is enough for the Dragon Halberd, really? So it's even easier than... Oh, wait. I'm silly. I completely forgot that you could... Wait, okay, if I do the two-hand thing, the katana won't work, right? Because it's dex-related, not strength-related. I'm assuming the halberd works because it's a strength weapon. Or maybe that's the difference of the stats that you need. So I was going to say, like, if it was just because of not two-handing it that I wasn't able to get away with using that, that'd be a really silly reason. You have to switch back. Fume Knight? Fume Knight's pretty cool too. I find him very easy though compared to what a lot of people will talk about. Like, I've never found him to be a challenge even on the first playthrough to the level that was always discussed, and it still seems to be the case that he's regarded as like the hardest boss in DS2 for some people. How many bosses tackled so far today? I got 2 of them and we're on the 3rd right now. So we have, if we kill Bale, well, I'm not gonna probably kill Bale today, but there's 4 left in the game in total that we have to do at this point. 4 all remembrances on the DLC. It's a wild animation there too. Oh, he did it twice. Yo, what? I think I remember he did it into a wall when I was behind him, and it killed me even though he wasn't even attacking me. Like the back of his body moving into the wall, just being like touching the texture of him or whatever, or the back of his foot killed me. So I think that like what he just did right there was something that happened before. Millicent's Prothesis? I don't think so. Like what is that? What kind of item is that? Is that like a talisman weapon? Dead. Ever make a video on what to do to prepare for level 1 Elden Ring, where to get the items, Nimble? I'll be 100%. I'm not a big fan of that kind of stuff, like making that stuff. So at this point, I probably wouldn't, just because the game's been out for a while and there's tons of them. But if I do a level 1 damageless run on the DLC, I'll definitely make a play-by-play on how you would achieve that, like by the mechanics and all that, for sure. And like what items I use to do it. Just not typically like the guide maker of like casual things. It's more so just guides for like actual like hardcore gameplay. And I think that those videos are cool. Like people make them, they obviously help. They're just a little boring to make, I'll be honest. And they're very easy to make too. They're also kind of timing based. Like you do have to make them within a certain amount of time of the game's lifespan if you want it to do like really good. It's actually a really good tip if you guys ever like figure out like on your first playthrough, oh, this works, this doesn't work, whatever. And it's like within the first week of the game, even if you don't have a YouTube channel, your first video could just be a guide on how to find an item, and that could start your channel pretty hardcore. Like that'll get you kicked off. If your timing's good, you don't even have to have a good edit, and you'll probably get a lot of traffic. Got some mods going on Elden Ring right now that we can talk about this week. You're hyped? Oh, nice, nice. So you were testing them for me, or you're just like, you're trying them yourself? Oh, God. I'm dead. Not dead. Okay, so he does the outside hook with the main wing into 2 bites, but if it's overhead, then he does, or is the overhead the thing that he just did? I gotta remember like the direction of it. What's going on, Turco? How are you doing, dude? Haven't tested them yet. Need some help to get them going. Be a world of difference for your videos. Nice, nice. What's going on, John? How are you doing, dude? I think he did for... Yeah, it was like 207 of them or something like that. I actually, like, there was another run he did that wasn't actually a hit list that had that. So I wasn't sure if that was the one that we saw that day or it was a different run and maybe I misspoke. But I think he did something like that. And if not, he's probably going to do it pretty soon. I'm pretty sure we were there the day he did it, though, for that last 5 minutes or so. I'm doing good, Turco. Thank you for asking. Trying to see what the likelihood of progress is on this before we're done. And I'm trying to think of also if it might make sense to kind of work on bosses in such a way that we kind of like, again, we don't try to kill it. We just learn basic variations of things that will happen frequently in the phase 1, and then I actually just skip that into phase 2 so I can kind of learn phase 2 quicker and then go back to piecing it together instead of just playing the same way the whole time, because it seems to be actually going a little bit quicker, or it feels better. It actually feels more fun that way too. Okay, anything overhead with the other wing that I wasn't referencing most recently seems to be bite as a follow-up, not another wing attack. So he doesn't seem to just like use both of the wings back and forth. It's just one at a time into bite, or the other one into a backhand with the same one, and then maybe a special attack to end that off with the lightning. I think I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Best way of learning, I don't even know if this is the best way. Just whatever seems to be the least amount of energetic expenditure. Like, I don't have to spend too much energy thinking hard about things that aren't worth spending the energy on, and then also that the time frame doesn't take forever either. Like, I'm within a realistic time frame for my skill level. That's what we're aiming for. But yeah, that might eliminate like redundancies on things where there would normally be. How do you rank Bale? I thought he was really good. I enjoyed him. Officially transitioning to a Dreadhead. Please confirm or deny this. Oh yeah, I'm having a bad hair day right now too, but I wouldn't say particularly like dreads, more so just styles that like I will probably keep redoing. I don't think I'm gonna leave them permanent, like until like maybe like far down or semi-permanent. So right now it's definitely not dreaded, but it looks like that though. But yeah, we'll get there. Check back in a couple of years. We'll see where we're at. I think that I still want to keep it as a thing that I can redo at least monthly, or every like maybe even bi-monthly, or it's not bi-monthly, sorry, every couple months, month and a half, even in like the later stages, because that's just something that I prefer. Doesn't look bad. I appreciate it. It looks terrible to me today, but I also washed my hair yesterday, which ruined it a bit. So there's that as well. But it was good though. I enjoyed it. All worth it. Do you think Osiris is fun? Yes, I enjoy it. Actually, Osiris hitless is more fun than casual. Casual Osiris is kind of boring. Hitless Osiris is actually where the excitement is had for sure. And actually, one of the reasons that late game on all bosses for DS1 was scary was because of him. So I think that he actually put a lot of the fear into me when it came to that run at the end. Dodging that one time should be enough to get the stagger on his head. Yeah, like those three engagements right there with the Physic Flask, I would have killed him, or I would have got him into close to phase 2 right away, I think. So I'm gonna try one Rune Arc now, see if we can maybe reproduce that at least, and test how far the health goes on it. I shouldn't have backed up, should have stayed still on that. Could have actually had him in the right spot for it. Funny, okay. Can't see. Just guessing. Okay, cool. The machine, Jod Madness. Yeah, it would be nice to be a machine on this, like actually a machine. Best scenario you can have for that though is just take somebody that has no emotional investment in the game and like make sure you're like young too. and that you are willing to commit the time and then just like literally like study every mistake of someone's learning process before you do this of everyone else that does it, and you'll make the machine out of that for sure. And use every single tool you can, even if people call it cheating or whatever, and you'll have like the actual Terminator. Plan on picking up fragments or getting to the point where you can read the attacks. If I attempted like any kind of run like that, then that would already be all routed into the run. Like there wouldn't be any guesswork on it. So I would have all the fragments possible. That would make sense. Maybe I don't grab certain ones because it's actually smarter for time investment and overall risk of getting damage. But I'd probably get quite a few of them at the very least. I definitely wouldn't go with 0. Oh, he's finally doing this one. The transition into that attack was so fast. I'm like, oh, we're in there. But no, there's a little bit of delay. Gale's an awesome boss, so cool. He's pretty cool. I wouldn't say he's my favorite, like not my favorite dragon of all the games in general. Just because of like some small things, but definitely he's like the coolest dragon of quite a few of them. It's kind of hard. I feel like you can make the perfect fight if you combined a couple different things together at this point. Hardest part of the Half-Life fight at level 1 was not falling asleep during the first 35 seconds. That's a good point. Didn't think about that. Because I fell asleep, I couldn't think at all. Get it? See there, really? Okay. He's just like looking directly at us. He's got some eyeballs, actually. You can see the pupils. That's kind of cool. I thought he had no pupil. He looks a little bit less scary now. That might have been the secret to win. What's going on, Amir? How are you doing? Good morning. He did go for the follow-up. So it's hard to tell what the required distance on that is because I was very, very close to him before and he didn't do it. Probably was like a difference of a few feet or something like that that activated it there. Okay, I'm going to actually take off Lord of Blood's Exaltation for now because we're not really getting much use out of it at the moment. Just so I can quickly switch back to... Oh, wait, we're doing charge attacks too, though. If that's all that I'm hitting him with, probably want to change Blue Dancer also for the Axe Talisman. Just to see if it's better. Might make sense. Why is he so tanky, this boss? I mean, pretty much everything in the DLC is stronger. Like, this is like supposed to be something you would do later on in playing the game. Most likely 50 plus hours into it for like a casual playthrough. 50 to 100 hours, I'd say, for casual, you would be doing this. For like someone that's pretty good that knows how to do everything extremely fast, then, you know, maybe within the first 4 hours, 5 hours. So that's pretty late. But even then, I think you can still do quite a bit of damage on him. Like, he's definitely not as tanky as Radahn, that's for sure. Radahn is scary. You can also get the recovery of that attack, too. I need to go for these a little bit more. Holy shit, dude. Camera action is just off the chain here. I thought him doing that was actually something else. I thought it was a stagger, actually. Dead. Nice dead angle. You have Millicent's Prothesis and Radagon's Sword Seal Talismans. You could wield Dragon Great Katana. Okay, cool. So the Prothesis is the Dex one you were talking about, right? Or something that boosts Dex? Nice. Let's do that. So then those alone should be enough. Nice. Let's see how good this is. What's going on, Joe? How are you doing, dude? Also, Wyrene, or Wyrene, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Welcome. Welcome to Dragon Great Katana. First time user tries to beat big reptile dude in natural habitat, but human guy's naked and dead already before he knows it. What lore would I give this dragon? You're good at inventing false lore. One day Bale was going through the drive-thru at Arby's. Little did he know that Arby's sold some of the most putrid food ever discovered to man. He was recommended by his human friend that decided to point him in the direction of the best Arby's in all of Jagged Peak. Once he went through the drive-thru and he got his order, which was a gigantic pile of garbage, he took a bite and then immediately lost his leg due to a rare condition and a reaction to the food, and then decided to retreat into a big giant cave for the rest of his life, and got so angry at Arby's that him cursing Arby's for the rest of eternity actually created a lightning storm that didn't end, and in that lightning storm the pressure of air and heat and everything created conditions where only dragons could survive, and that's why all the dragons went here, because everything else had to leave and they got free real estate. So Bale actually was able to comfortably retire with a nice I guess you'd call it like a nice mutual funds portfolio in the real estate market of Jagged Peak, and we're good. That's my fake lore. Surprised that actually hit him in the head right there. Although it is good reach. Oh, I'm mid-rolling though. Ugh. I don't like mid-roll. Now we're light roll. If he does breath after that, that's kind of silly. I haven't seen that yet, but that's a little bit silly. Like, what do you do there? Because the breath not only hits when, like, visually where it is, but also hits behind his head and also like outside the range too. So it's a little bit funny. Funny stuff. I don't know what that was. What are we doing here? Random attacks? Okay. Thought I was somewhere else. Thought I was in a different area code. It's a little bit too long of an attack. I guess just R2 attacks on the head, or maybe multiple R1s is enough. Watching Bingo Brawlers hitless bail, so insane. Nice, nice. Dragon Age has the same boss, but it identifies as a pit bull. Really? Many good dragons lose their careers because of Arby's. Bale never forgets. Arby's is like the sole proprietor of many failed careers of many people, unfortunately. Not even in the industry of food. So I think with the bleed on this, what is the difference? 55 versus 38. It's actually way better. Okay. So I'll probably still use the Lord of Blood's Exaltation. But I'm trying to think of like what to switch it for. Might be better to switch for even Ritual Sword. It's hard to say. I mean, I could switch it for this one, and then my stamina has to be managed very, very carefully. So I have to take this off. Yeah, the setup to even get in the fight with this weapon is kind of frustrating, I'll be honest. I am going to do this weapon again, but because we don't have a lot of time left, let me switch back to this one because we're doing pretty damn good already, and then we'll see if we can get a PB on it before we end. And I'll still use the Exaltation, and that should be a good setup right there even. Because like hitting him and missing is fine as long as I'm surviving for now. I just need to actually pay more attention to the fight than just like how I'm going to use the weapon to kill him, or how to connect it, or how long the animations are, stamina consumption, all that. It's not worth thinking about right now. Just need it to be automatic. Ooh. Can follow up the headbutt with flame. Unfortunately, it's hard to react to, so you ended up preemptively dodging it. If he does, you get a nice opportunity for Ash of War, though. Okay. Oh yeah, there's that Ash of War as well we gotta try. Okay, you can go right into that too. What do you think of this game? I think it's great, but people's expectations were way too high and they felt a little empty when they came out. Chris, this game, I love the game. It's my favorite game. It's the best, like for the time period it exists in and was created, it's the best interpretation of what FromSoft said their vision was of what they wanted to create, in Miyazaki particularly. So it lives up to their goals, and I think goes even beyond some expectations I could have if I wanted to. Which is the most important part for me. Like, I don't even need expectations, more so just did they actually achieve their vision? And I think they actually did better. It's just the response to it was insane. I don't think they projected. Like, they actually had to apologize for underreporting their earnings because they didn't know the game was going to sell this good. So in my opinion, it's a slam dunk in every single way. The ways that people do complain about are usually entitlements or like expectations that aren't possible to fill that vision, because that's not really, they're things that are not contingent on them succeeding in their own vision, right? It's very particular nitpicky things that like you couldn't possibly ever get right because it's not actually a perfect thing. Like, humans make games. If you're a human, you can't make a game that everyone likes, so no one can like everything, and therefore you're always gonna have people that are disappointed. And those people that are disappointed typically couldn't even make a game that would even impress themselves at a certain point. Like, there would be no game that exists, even if they were amazing at it. Because it's just not a thing that works that way, right? That's the beauty of it. So that's my take on that. It's pretty similar with a lot of things these days. Just like, you know, did they live up to like what they were trying to do on it? Because it's a creative endeavor, you know, like the studio's making the stuff because they want to, not because they have to. Damn it. This bastard can cancel attacks. I don't think he canceled anything yet. I thought he did originally. He's just very fast, right? But maybe oh, you know what? There was one thing on the first playthrough I remember that was kind of like a cancel. But the one that I mentioned earlier on this particular run, I don't think it actually was a cancel. I'm pretty sure I was just misinterpreting how quickly he can start his initializer out of like a recovery. So I think he can do frame 1 attacks. Radahn can do frame 1, but because Radahn is like not facing you sometimes, like it looks really weird. Like you can kind of tell just based on the movement. I said something like that on the first playthrough, but then the people actually went and proved it that like he starts an attack on the first frame that he can from a recovery, meaning if he's not facing you, he doesn't actually like move his legs. Like he just starts attacking and actually pivots like on a swindle instantaneously. So like that's why it feels a little bit cheap. There's no actual correction or like a repositioning to get you or to be in the area of where he's trying to attack. Just kind of like, boom, see ya. Music in the beginning of the boss fight sounds like Coolio's Gangster Paradise. Does it? I don't know what that is. Oh, you mean like the original song? Okay. I don't think I see the correlation with that one, but somewhere somebody's listening to this being like, yo, this definitely sounds like Eiffel freaking Blue Man shit, right? It's like I can hear the blue song inside here. It's like I hear the green guy. It's like I hear the blue guy. It's like I hear freaking Sesame Street. It's all relevant. Damn it. Clone here tonight? Purple? No, unfortunately I don't have enough time. I was playing it yesterday though. I got actually like 6 or 7 PBs on it, but I'm not saving them. Like I think one accidentally saved. I quit out before every single PB I get off stream just to make sure that we can get them on stream. So there is a lot of stuff that's overdue for a major improvement on that. And then I'm going to get some more, before we do it next time, I will get some new music as well. But Clone Hero I'm going to try to do this week. And there might be a stream of just that, maybe to celebrate when we're done this, but in between this, there could at least be like an hour of it. So that recovery, I guess, is not safe to attack on if you can't see his hand, because then he can still do that. So not only do I want to end up like farther away from him, like I don't want to be under his chin almost ever for too long, but also don't attack if I end up in that spot just so I can see. Got some retro cult mods, solderless kit, and it's starting to break. Wait, what? I'm so confused. What is that? Yeah, so he died. Like his actual body is a hurt box, even when standing still. If he's just on that attack, so you can't touch him. You can't walk up to him even when he does that. For Clone Hero with guitar, forgot you do the drums. Interesting. So like, what does that do? attack there. Aftermarket parts, some guy makes PCBs with good switches, see-through buttons and lights. Bitch to change them out though. Ah, I see. Are you doing the PCB in a, like the PS2 Gen SG, or are you doing like a Les Paul board or something like that? Like what PCB is it? I know the Les Paul PCB is kind of annoying. I did a capacitor on a couple of them before. I still have a lot of them left over. If anyone wants to buy them, I'll ship you some capacitors. Les Paul with the Amazon knockoffs fit well enough. Okay. That's pretty cool. Francesca, what's up, dude? Shouldn't attack there. Famous last words. That's probably the #1 catchphrase on this fight, particularly. Cameras and walls, too, would be another phrase I would use. It's actually funny, like the way I did it on the first playthrough is actually legitimately easier to survive, so I guess I was right. Like, people kept telling me don't do it that way, and then I succeeded with it. I guess the carryover would have been nice to have that method down, but it actually is harder doing it this way. Even if you got a stagger, because the amount of attacks that don't need to be learned, the other method I had was at least like 3 or 4 of them that you don't even have to actually do anything with. PB on Bale, I got him to phase 2 pretty early on, and then since then, I think just beginning of phase 2 was my PB for it. Fire Knights have a movement. Never played a rhythm game, but it seems fun to master. I would say if you're gonna do rhythm anything, Clone Hero is a good one because it's free, but if you also want to learn how to play an instrument, like you can learn drums from it, so good recommendation there if you want to be kind of like 2 birds, 1 stone, similar to Rocksmith. Like it's just good for that kind of stuff. You're not going to learn how to read sheet music, even though drum sheet music is super easy to read, but like if you were thinking of like a traditional instrument, Rocksmith will not teach you sheet music, but it'll teach you how to play really well. It's not going to train ears, but it's going to train ergonomics, execution, knowledge, stuff like that, which is most of the picture, so you'll be good. You'll probably like get some passive ear training too. I would say Rocksmith is enough by itself to learn guitar for sure, very, very quickly. And then if you at least if you like it. I don't really like Rocksmith that much. I don't think I would have been able to do it that way because it just looks really ugly the way they laid it out, because they kind of had to do it that way. And then yeah, Clone Hero for drums, could totally learn it. I don't know if you could learn keyboard from Clone Hero, because you can plug a keyboard into it too. There's like a pro keys or something like that. And singing for sure, you could definitely learn how to sing from it. Drums are expensive. The ones that don't break are expensive. The ones that break within about a few months or so, like very cheap. Like if you get a nitro kit, it's actually cheaper than the Rock Band drums are, like from the old days, like that are used. Like a brand new nitro kit, or not even brand new, sorry. A nitro kit that someone picked up and didn't play on, you could get for cheaper than Rock Band drums in some cases. And then the equivalent of a pro drum setup for Rock Band, yeah, it's like much, much less expensive. But yeah, if you want to get like a kit that doesn't, like you'd be really hard to break it, then you get in the situation that I had. But if you learn how to solder and everything, you just repair your triggers and stuff like that, you can make the basic kit last pretty long. I made the nitro kit last a month longer just by doing that, and then I made the Crimson Kick Tower last like 3 months longer, I think, just by repairing it. And actually, it's still here. It's still in the closet. I could repair it again. I shortened the wire so much by like recutting it so many times that I need to actually find a better quality wire for the ground on it. One thing you can say about these games is how they work on tension and time effectively, mixing it with explosive action. Still remember crossing the bridge on DS3 and how Meteor launched the huge beam. Yeah, that was pretty crazy, actually. That's a good moment. It's one of the most notable DS3 moments there is. Oh, he attacks with 2 arms on that attack. Oh, okay, so he does have one that I couldn't see because like when the ground gets like dug up and stuff, or he's just doing everything, the effects, the particle effects cover the other elbow, so or the wing, so I couldn't even tell that it was 2. Number 1 instrument you potentially like to learn. Biggest instrument you could pick. Probably quite expensive. Smolder, yeah. That's why I didn't do it sooner. I would have when I was a kid, but it was unaffordable. Like actually pretty much everything was, but I got lucky because like I said, my elementary school had a fundraiser, or like it was like a promotion thing where we basically made the school probably more money than they actually spent on the instruments, and then like we sold garbage bags door to door and to like different businesses just in our personal lives outside of school, and then if you sold all of them, you'd get a free guitar. If you sold like X amount, you'd basically get a certain amount of money off until a certain point. And the guitar was also super cheap already, so I think I got a guitar for like 20 bucks or something like that, or less, that was new, just by selling a lot of the garbage bags. If that wasn't the case, it probably would have taken a little bit longer to get started, but yeah, like best tip I can give is just, you just got to target people that gave up on music. That's it. There's so many people right now, even there's going to be someone tomorrow that goes and buys a kit, buys a guitar, buys a bunch of them, and actually has a lot of money to spend on like a nice one, and they won't play it more than like a week, and then you can buy it for like really cheap compared to what they paid. Especially if like the money wasn't like a big deal for them in the first place, they'll give it to you for a price that's like almost a steal. But you do have to be patient for those deals, and you have to be like targeting the people particularly. Like you have to know what to look for, even on the social media and all that, because you'll be able to read them pretty decently, and then if you just ask them a few questions, get a couple pictures, you can confirm the suspicions and make sure that you get a good deal. But then that way you can get something more high-end or like mid-range for closer to mid-range or entry-level prices, right? We killed Gaius at level 1. We did Gaius, yeah. We did everything except for Eni or Alim. So we have Leda and Radon, and then we have Matir after Bill. Can we get ice cream after this? Yes, everyone goes for ice cream if we kill him right now on this particular attempt. Best and worst thing about Canada? It's the same thing as just North America as a civilization overall. Like, it's a scripted, like in terms of how it's scripted, it's like a failed operation in itself. It's like a paradox, but then also on top of that, there's a lot of like cool things. So we have good nature. There's a lot of space between certain things, so it's not as dense as some areas. You have a lot of like really like wondrous, large, vast. That's kind of redundant, but big areas with a lot of really cool stuff. There's some benefit. Obviously, healthcare is pretty good, but healthcare as a whole thing overall is just because you have to. The system has to be that way. But anyways, it's the same thing as like the U.S., except for we have the healthcare, and then we have like some nature that I like. But I haven't traveled everywhere in the U.S., so I don't know. And then compared to the rest of the world, I haven't traveled enough of anywhere else to be able to even know. I know people that live all over. People that have lived in both places, like somewhere across seas and here, seem to not really, like if you've lived here long enough, it could be like a hit or miss. Like it's either you just like where you were before or you don't. Doesn't seem like a bias or anything. Because there's pros and cons of living actually almost every single place there is. Like some are exclusions, but most places are livable. Like there's a huge amount of pros and cons. But it also depends on who you are and what you want out of life too, right? How you fit into that picture. Yeah, I'll give you an update on that one once I go to a bunch of other places more long term and see, you know, maybe if I spend like a few weeks or a month somewhere, it'd be enough to get like a little bit of an idea in translation with the people I know that have lived there for their whole lives or longer. Maybe I can give a better assessment. Nice. Ooh, that hits a little bit earlier. Didn't stream for a long time, no. Pangian, what's going on, dude? No, I've been streaming like lately. Just you might have missed like maybe when I took a break previously before the DLC was played for the first time. Ever been to Argentina, Australia, or Europe. So my destinations that are like top priority, it's Switzerland, Austria, Japan, and the Himalayas. And then after that, it would be like pretty much everywhere you can imagine, like all of Europe, Australia, Italy, Greece, the Netherlands, freaking like all of the UK, Greenland, even, like all the US, all of Canada, like pretty much everywhere in general that has something that's worth it, right? Definitely even Vietnam for sure. I've heard a lot of good things. What else? Pretty much everywhere that's not like a typical vacation place, like just not like a resort of any sort, but like more so actual like features of places that are historic or you know, more of like the thing to do if you live there. That's the kind of stuff that I'd be interested in. Also, I do want to like climb a lot of the mountains and snowboard a lot of them too, so anything with mountains is a bonus. But we'll see though. I'll probably have to make that a chapter. Like I'm gonna figure out something where I can do a lot of that stuff for like months on end without coming home and or like coming back to this country and still work. So there will be a time in life I think I could figure that out, but for now it doesn't make as much sense to like go and do all that stuff yet. I don't think it's also something that I've earned yet. I need to actually like be in a place where it feels right. But I'll be doing definitely a little bit of that travel here and there, but there's gonna be a lot of it that happens all at once, I think. Looks so beautiful. You'd live there? Yeah, it does look beautiful for sure. I'm sure that, again, there's pros and cons for everywhere, but looks amazing. Definitely want to hit up the Blue Lagoon as well. Oh boy. In Italy, we have a child song about Canada. You always imagine Canada as a small country like Switzerland with a tiny house and flowers on windows. No, definitely not, man. Canada, if you wanted to imagine it, it's like, it's just clusters of like urbanization, like country, or not country, like city and stuff like that, cityscape. In the touristy areas in certain parts of provinces, then country, and then nothingness for the most part in certain areas too. And then we have a lot of oil, and then we just basically have the healthcare over the US. And pretty much the exact same things as like the States, like for the most part, like small differences, but very, very similar to the States. If you've ever been there before, or if you want to compare by reading. Can't even see. I don't even dang know what darn did it. Nice. In Texas, we have a place called Jacob's Well. It's a naturally formed small lake over underground cave that no one has successfully swam through. I watched a video on that, actually. That's funny that you mentioned that. Yeah, I love the like spelunking and diving incidents. Those are cool videos. I used to do a little bit of that kind of stuff, not diving, but like the cave stuff. Like it's so fun, but some of it doesn't seem like even the appeal of it. Like once you're even there doing it, makes up for the you know, like the long-term repercussions of it going wrong. There's some things like dying doing it would be fun. Dying doing that doesn't seem like it'd be as fun. But maybe it's just because, again, I'm not as hardcore about it. So if you already roll once there, you're dead right away. You'd have to wait and then roll that one. North America is cool because it has a lot of different ecosystems. Like there's I think it's pros and cons of everything. Like there's no such thing as a perfect place. It's impossible. Like we're not meant to have that. There's a reason. But I'm looking forward more even just within North America, just to see like the things that I've made as like a, you know, made a point to eventually interact with and all that. Like I know specifically California, definitely wanted to go there for many different reasons. BC over here definitely is going to happen. Probably next year. Maybe, well, probably not this year, but definitely next year I'll be in BC. And then I got to check out the East Coast a little bit more aggressively because I have some friends that have been there for a while that really enjoy it. And then there's like one buddy I know that he actually has a place that's still over there. And he was telling me to go visit his area. He lives here now, but he has a place over there too. And he was saying like, I got to go check out where he was living. Alaska? Alaska would be cool. It's not high on the list at all by any means, but it would be cool though. I think for me, if I can't do things in the place, if it's just going to the place to like look at stuff, like that's one thing. But if I can do activities, like I can interact with stuff or learn some cool things, that would be the biggest thing I'm looking for. Where are you? I can't see. Okay, the stagger's definitely coming up. There's no way it's not. Like right here. Easy. Oh, he did the headbutt. Never mind. Alaska's like a 30-minute drive from your house. No, it's not. What are you talking about, dude? Alaska is like really far away. That would be it. Alaska's farther away than BC. I'm pretty sure. "30-minute drive would be nuts." I would have already gone there. It's closer to Canada than mainland US. It's pretty far away from where I am right now, for sure. Like, I've been to places that are closer to it, and I'm not the farthest away you could be in Canada, but I'm pretty far, though, from it, for sure. I could, here, let me just map it right now. Let's see. See if I can get a good example. Yeah, it's like, it's an absurd amount of distance away. It's like more than it would take for me to get across like a significant portion of Canada. Watch your DS3 speedrun, start doing level 1 runs, to follow your movements, keep up the grind. Carl, oh, dude, good luck on getting it. And I appreciate you checking it out. That's awesome, dude. So I'm going to do a couple more attempts with Rune Arcs to see if we can actually get phase 2 again. And if not, then we'll move on. Call it a day, and we'll come back to this tomorrow, see if we can get it tomorrow's stream. Also, purple, I don't know. No, I don't think you can live in Northeast Canada. Like, that'd be like, you'd be like literally, that'd be the weirdest. But you can, but like you can't though at the same time. I don't consider that part of the country even the same as like where I am. Where the weirdo Canadians, Saskatchewan, Newfies. I don't know. I mean, there's not really anyone weird particularly that I've met here that's not something that you'd see somewhere else. Like, there's no special conditions I've ever come across or heard of. It's like I said, like North America in general is pretty much the same to me. There's no difference. It's just different people wearing different versions of the same hat, right? It's like having a hat that's a different color. That's exactly what it seems like to me. There's some key points that make like a somewhat of a difference, but not enough to really, like, to the point where, again, I know quite a few people that are Canadians that look forward to move to the US and live there long term for the rest of their life, just as much as I know Americans that want to move here. So it doesn't seem to be a big difference. But when you start to get into other places, 100% I can see. And then maybe pockets even within its area, if we're talking about North America. Let's get stagger. Oh, I actually reacted to that one. That was good. Nice. Okay, what do we got? I like that. I rolled way too early on that. I forgot how long it was. Not bad. Okay. that's a PB. I'll take it. Have been pretty successful until you got to Pontiff. He's hard at level 1. I would say if you can learn how to parry him, you can kill him very, very fast. As long as you have like most of the upgrades that you'd get at that point of the game, probably around +4 to +6. +4 is hard. You have a +6 weapon and it's good. Could kill him and then only really have to deal with maybe one attack phase 2, if even one attack at all. What is Canada's Alabama? I've never been to Alabama, so I don't really know. I know a little bit about it, but I haven't been there, so I can't speak on it properly. I've been to some of the South. I don't know. We don't really have like a place over here specifically where I am like that I can think of, but maybe somewhere in the country. It's hard to say though. Again, like you're gonna get so many different varieties that like there's not really a rhyme or reason or a particular one-dimensional way of looking at it. It's so much. There's so many pockets and different things, and like subcultures and like niches of those niches, and it gets to the point where it's funny because it doesn't really. It's all the same at the end of the day to me. But I find it interesting when people break down and compare different places in North America as well. Just for like particular quirks or other things, because it's like, oh, who would have known that like right here, like this is a thing you do, and then this is the thing you don't do, and then this is this or that, or whatever. Alabama is 50-50 in education, so you can joke about that. Oh, they have some people that didn't get educated. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's a widespread area that's known for like lack of education here, particularly. 50 out of 50. Coolest dragon fight to date by FromSoft, hands down. You're a beast. Been watching your DS3, DS1 challenge runs lately. Beninki, I appreciate it. Thank you, man. Oh, it's dead last in the education system. Okay. Yeah, that's hard to like judge. I was told that like, for example, in the UK, like the requirement you need to get into college or a university is actually like significantly different than some places in the US. And then like it's harder apparently to get educated in the US than it is certain places here. And then it's even easier in the UK than it is here to get an education. So I know people that specifically went to get a degree in the UK because it was actually easier. Like the percentages they base things on are different apparently. So like you could maybe the equivalent of whatever score you got here, the curriculum system, the way it's adjusted or whatever, it's like you'd have to do 10% better somewhere else and then another 5 or 10% better somewhere else. So that's all I know about like education is the comparison between US, Canada, and the UK. I remember looking into those and seeing. But again, I don't even know if that's true. That's what I was reading. That's what people were saying too, that they went and they prioritized that. But you also graduate a year earlier in the UK as well, from like at least most of the places I've heard of. And then there's also a lot of like help for people, like for example, taxes work differently in Europe, but then like they'll pay for your school, so like you don't have to worry about. And even like some people, some government will pay for like your living and your school, and you only have to pay. I've been told you only have to pay back a certain amount if, like when you finish, you only have to pay all of it back if you don't actually do it. And then there's some places I don't even know if you actually have to pay at all, but like so many different variations of that. I remember I had a friend in Sweden and his apartment was paid for and his school like while he was going, but it wasn't from his family though. So that's not a thing you see here like that. Like over here, school's a business. And you're screwed if you don't have like you could be really smart, but it doesn't matter. You still need money, and like the loans will never actually save you when it comes to like the hole you'll be in. If the better the education, it's like you definitely have to hope that you enjoy doing that thing forever, because you might actually be working forever to pay it back. And then there's cases where it's not as big of a deal. The education's not as high quality or high standards, so the cost is not that big, but then it's still not something that's enough to, you know, keep up with inflation, whatever. So a lot of different things. Anyways, I'm going to go and eat because I need to eat dinner and do some other stuff. So I'm going to leave it on that note for today, guys. We'll be back again tomorrow. We got Putrescent, Romina, and then I got like maybe a 40% PB on Bale. That's not too bad. It's okay for how long we spent. And tomorrow, if I can kill Bale and also kind of progress to Radahn, maybe even kill Matir before we even get over there, we could try to save Radahn for the last final stream. But anyways, here are the socials. Check them out. And I'm going to find someone that I can host as well. I'm also not going to put up the ending screen because apparently it actually changes the thumbnail on the YouTube bot, and I don't like the ending screen being the thumbnail. We don't pre-designate one, so let me give a host to, let me see, who do we got? Oh, wait. Okay, so Galaxy, my editor, is doing a dark mod on Breath of the Wild. I think Galaxy was talking about that in chat. So I'm gonna pop over there, and we'll be back again tomorrow. Thank you so much for hanging out, guys. And also have a good weekend if I don't see you again until after that. And thank you for enjoying the madness.